already the NCC is all inclusive, just like the theme of our conference, which is inclusive digital transformation. So we have a range of activities today. We have a keynote, we have an invited talk, we have the School ICT Club's final competition, where we shall select the winner today. We have another panel discussion, we have an award ceremony. So we want to finish all this on time, and I request all presenters, all panelists to keep within the time allocations that were communicated to you. So today, we want to begin off with a keynote, which will again provide some provoking questions to the academia so that they see how they can contribute to this theme of inclusive digital transformation through innovation. And to introduce our keynote speaker, I'll call upon the NCC General Chair, and that is none other than Dr. Edwin Mugume, who will call upon our keynote speaker for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matovu Waswa, for being the MC both yesterday and also today. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, we want to see energy. We are starting day 2. This is the day. We still have some activities tomorrow, but really this is the second, the last main day for the delegates. As Dr. Waswa said, I'm Dr. Edwin Mugume. I'm the General Chair for NCC 2022, and I'm here just to do a small task to call our keynote speaker. When I look at the program for today, there is nothing I want to miss, and I hope that you feel the same way. But please, let's try and keep time, lunch time, break time. Whenever you're done, just come back to the hall and we continue. Now, without wasting so much time, it is my honor to call upon Dr. Hassan Gay, who is going to give us a keynote speech. His full credentials are in the Book of Abstracts, if you have it. If you don't have it, it's also available in soft copy at some website. So Dr. Hassan Gay is an assistant teaching professor at Carnegie Mellon University, Africa. He's been there since 2020. And there he's the co-director of the Scilab Africa initiative, and also director of the Upanzi Digital Public Goods. I hope that you'll throw a bit more light about those two directorships and the work that you do there. The people that were involved in the cybersecurity competition, some of you are here. Basically, Dr. Hassan Gay is the brain behind that competition in Africa. He also holds a guest researcher position with the National Institute for Standards and Technology in the USA. He was previously a faculty member at the ICT department at the University of Alioune Diop in Senegal, where he also led a research group, I think in ICT for development. I will not attempt to read that French. He completed his PhD in electrical engineering and computer sciences from UC Berkeley, that's the University of California, Berkeley, in 2011. Before that, he had got a master's in communication systems from École Polytechnique de Lausanne in Switzerland. His research interest focuses on two main areas, that is performance evaluation and security of large-scale communication systems, and ICTs for D, or ICTs for development. He's a fellow of the Next Einstein Forum. He was in the class of 2016. You'll hear a little bit more about that experience. And in 2019, he was nominated as a member of the European Alliance for Innovation inaugural fellows class. So he's going to give us a talk on the need for tailored cybersecurity research and education for Africa. So I think we'll hear more about what we need to do as Africa, particularly in terms of research and education in the area of cybersecurity. Dr. Gay, please welcome to the stage. And please let's give him a round of applause as he makes it.
Good morning, everyone. So while we are waiting for the slides to be up, I would like to thank everyone for being here this morning. It is a great pleasure for me to be here in Kampala for the first time. So I have a lot to learn. And thanks, Edwin, a friend, a colleague, for giving me the opportunity to talk to this wonderful audience. So I will talk about what I think is, okay, good, yeah. So what I think is making it important for us as African, but not only African, but whoever is interested in Africa to think about cybersecurity with an African perspective. I will try to give some examples to illustrate that. But before starting, I would like to take a minute to pay tribute to someone who is from this university, a friend, a colleague, who passed away a couple of years ago, Noble Banada, who was a faculty here. And so we met. This is in Senegal, where I am from. So Noble was among the first class of Next Einstein Fellow. He was, I don't think that I will need to convince you that he was a very bright mind. We will always miss him. So I didn't have the opportunity to come here, although we were planning for me coming and visit him. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. So for all friends and family, our thought goes to you and Noble. We'll never forget. Okay. So, and Edwin talked about the PICO CTF challenge, which is an Africa-focused cybersecurity competition that we organized for the first time this year, and we are planning to organize, in the coming years. There was an award from Uganda. We thank Edwin and all the conference, the organizers, and the officials who helped for that. So we'll have an award ceremony sometime later. I might talk about that when we get to that point. So for the interest of time, I will try to go a little bit faster. I will skip some slides because we have started a little bit late. So this is some disclaimer that I wanted to, I don't know if we are seeing the slides. Okay, good. So before the outline, I'm talking about a problem that many people knows better than me. So I would like to make the disclaimer that I don't know all the problems, and I don't know the solutions, all the solutions of the problems that I know. So I'm here to share what I know, hoping that I can learn from people. That's really how I would like us to hear what I'm saying. And a quick overview of what I will be talking about. I will stress a little bit the digital transformation of the continent. I think that this conference is about it. And then what are the security issues that came with it? Then I will talk quickly about the efforts that I'm leading in Kigali, Scilab Africa, and the Upandi network. And then I will go through some specific examples. I think that when I arrive to the specific examples, MC, feel free to stop me anytime then, because it's just a number of examples that I can stop at any time. So I have many questions and very few responses. As I said, I don't know all the responses. So that's why I will give you a little bit of what I know, hoping that I will hear from you. Okay? So this being said, I think that I won't need to convince people much about the opportunity that the digital transformation of Africa are promising. Okay? So we are still in the phase of promise, although we have seen a lot. I think that I like to say that all the lights are in green when it comes to digital in Africa. So the fourth industrial revolution is actually being known as the African revolution. We should not miss this one. I think that as people in the continent, we need to be mindful. I'm talking to students who are here, because this is your time. If we need to bring this continent up, this is the time. And I'm talking about continent, because no single country will be able to pull it off by themselves. And that's why everybody is talking about Africa and not a single countries. So we need to think Africa, and we need also to make sure that we act Africa. That's very important. Okay? So without going to the detail, we have seen the years before COVID that there was a lot of growth in the economy, the digital economy of the continent. COVID has calmed it down a little bit, and that's around the world, but we hope that will pick up very soon. So many things are happening right now. There is a lot more to happen. As you have seen in the previous slide, we are 38% of the continent online. There is still more than 60% of the people who need to come online. We need to think how to bring those people online, how to bring our mothers and uncles in the villages to have the opportunities that we have today to be able to buy online and get it delivered at our house. They are not experiencing that. So there is a large side of the population that needs it. Okay? We still have millions of people who are not even seeing fiber. They have not even heard about the word fiber. We need to connect those people. We are moving in the digital world, but half of the population don't have ID. And I'm talking about the plastic ID, which is not even good when we talk about this cyberspace. Because in cyberspace, you cannot identify me with that plastic ID. Anybody can forge a photocopy and send it. Okay? So we need digital ID. But even the ones that we have now, half of the population don't. Okay? Mobile money has grown in the continent a lot. I think that Africa is leading the mobile money movement, if I can say it like that. But it stops there. People can sell and buy, but all the other aspect of financial inclusion, which is important, financial inclusion is one bullet that hit 8 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So if we want to do financial inclusion, we have to go beyond mobile money. We have to have credits. We have to have savings. But most of the people don't in the continent. So, and while we were talking about these issues, COVID came. And COVID had a particular hit to the continent because the people who needed most help were the ones who were not getting it. Because when we had the lockdowns, Well, my uncle in the village, he needs to go to work for what he needs to eat tomorrow. But when he's locked down, he doesn't have that. Then we have the COVID reliefs that we needed to get to them. But he's in the village and the travel is restricted. So he's not getting the help. Then in some countries, we use mobile money to send money to the people. But maybe he doesn't have an account, mobile money account. Or he gets the money, but he cannot cash it out to buy something. So those people who are mostly needing the help were not getting it or could not use the help that they get. So it has a very particular toll on the people in the continent, and we need to think about it. But while we are talking about all these problems, we are seeing other problems. So some of these people here might know attacks that has happened. And it's very important that we keep in mind, as we are moving to the cyberspace, we keep in mind the security aspects. Because if we don't, what will happen is that the dream will become a nightmare. It takes a click to bring a country on its knees. One click. So while we are moving, we need to be mindful. And what we have seen is that in many countries today, we have what we call the digital strategy of the country. And then later, they say the cybersecurity strategy. They should go together. Or we should even think the security before we start moving into cyberspace. Otherwise, what will happen is that we'll overlook some aspects, and then that's what's gonna come back and kill us. We have known that with the internet was developed without the security mindset that was needed, because we trusted everybody when we were developing the internet. And then later, when it came to public, we just realized that someone can sit behind their laptop and do one bad thing. And I cannot identify them because they can forge the IP address, they can forge the MAC address, they can anonymize themselves and do whatever they can, and I cannot find them. So that's because we did not think security when we were implementing or designing the internet. We should not make the same error in Africa. So these are some attacks that we have seen in the continent. This come from the Interpol report last year, and this is what we call the documented hacks that we know about. If you go to the US today, it is mandatory for institutions, for companies, to disclose when they get attacked. People should know that their bank is attacked. We don't have such regulation in the continent. So that's why, even for Interpol, this is what we know about. There are many, many, many other things that we don't know about when it comes to attacks in the continent. And one aspect that we should be working on is to know what are the cybersecurity problems in the continent. We need to know them so that we can focus on them. Okay? So for us, faculties and students and researchers in the continent and here, one call I would like to make is let's make effort to understand what are the most important cybersecurity problems in the continent today. Okay? So, and if there is one slide that I would like people to go home with, is this one. Okay? And this does not capture everything. But I will comment each of these bullets in the continent. So this is what I say makes Africa, sets Africa apart from the other countries when it comes to security. Let's start with the first one, lack of public trust. I have a very funny examples here. So my dad had an ATM card, so the debit card. Okay? So he went to, he has a bank account, and the bank gave him a debit card he could use. So he said he never used it, actually, because he doesn't even know how to use it. So he's still using the paper reports that the banks gives him. So every day or every other day, he would send someone to get the report, and he will go through each transaction. And one day, he was looking and he saw 2 transactions that he never made. And he was checking, and it was made in some remote countries. I won't be citing any. And from that day, you can guess what he did. He just returned the card to the bank and said, I'm not going to use this anymore. I don't want it. So trust is important. So if the public does not trust the technology, the digital transformation will not help the continent. And we see the problem of trust. With COVID, many people decided to not get the vaccine because of a trust problem. You can argue that it is helpful, but I'm not getting it because I don't trust. So if people get away from technology themselves, we can do whatever we want in terms of digital transformation. We want to be helping the continent. So trust is important. The next one is low-cost devices. So here maybe we have smartphones, but you go to the villages, well, they have those still Nokia small phones. Well, what we have seen with the mobile money era is that people now, the scammers, they have moved to mobile money. Actually, one funny example is that someone was trying to break banks, and they get him, and they bring him to jail. Then when he gets out, he go and try to break another bank, and they get him to jail. And he keep doing that, and they ask him, why are you breaking the banks? He say, well, I'm looking for money, and the money is in the bank. So fast forward, in our area, that person will be, at least in Africa, he will be targeting mobile money, because that's where the money is. Well, today, what you have received is many SMSs that try to scam you. You have to read the SMS to be able to know if it's a scam or not. I mean, with your nice smartphone, you can do it. But if I have that small phone with a small screen, it is very difficult for me to go and read it if I can read, actually, because that's another issue. So if I have that low-cost device, it's difficult for me to detect. But let's say I can even install an algorithm that can detect scam. That can run maybe in your smartphone, but it's not going to run in that small device that my grandmother has in the village. So when we say security and digital transformation, we have to think those people whose devices cannot run cryptographic algorithms to detect if they are being scammed or not. So this is an African problem. People in the US don't have this issue. Then let me talk about the new consumers. And even before that, actually, cost. So one aspect that we have seen in the continent is that people, they disable automatic updates on their machines. Who have done this here? Many, and for many reasons. First is that I am in a place where the network is slow. So if I try to download those automatic updates, it's going to take me forever, and I have other things to do. I just disable. The other issue is that I pay for the network. So we pay for the network, for the bandwidth that we are using. So if I pay for it, and I don't understand why those updates are coming to my machine, well, I will just disable them, okay? So that I can use the bandwidth that I bought for whatever I bought it for. So cost is an issue and is a security issue. Then we have the new consumers. We talk about awareness when it comes to cybersecurity. We are in the continent where we are still talking about digital literacy. Someone being able to properly use a phone. And I'm talking about now security, being able to detect an attack against something that is legitimate. So this is an African problem. In the US, the developed countries, the kids at high school or secondary school, they have computers, they work with them. So they are digitally literate. So those people, you can talk about security, they will understand. But my grandma in the village would not understand when I talk about security. So we have a big issue there. So these are just some examples from the consumers, the people. But let's go to the providers. So when I am a new startup, and we have a lot of startups in the continent, and I am launching my product, well, what people do in the West is that you have to have a security official who can check your product and make sure that it meets the standards. I need to hire that guy or pay them. I'm an African startup. So 90% of the fintech in the continent, they launch their product without a security requirement. Because it costs a lot, and there is no incentive for them to hire a security person to do that work. So this is an issue. Another one is the business models that we are having in the continent. So if we come back to the mobile money issue, what we have seen in the continent that has been very, very helpful is the agent network. So these are the people in the street that you go and you cash in, cash out. Or they have the kiosk that you go and do your operation. But guess what? My grandma would go to the agent and just hand her phone and her PIN and say, do a transaction for me. And beyond that, that person is the one who would open the account for my uncle, knows the password, have access to the full account, okay? And have also a copy of his ID. So what we have seen actually is many issues related to the agent network, and they have played a big role in the digital inclusion in the continent. So those people, they manipulate a lot of private data. So guess what is happening today? In the countries, there are regulations that says that we have to protect private data. So if you are an agent and you're handling private data, you have to do it in a certain way, or you get out of business. But the agent, he's my uncle who was or my cousin who was farming 2 years ago and gets this opportunity to be an agent. He has no idea about how to protect private data. He might even not know what private data is. So the regulation comes and say to this guy, you need to protect private data or get out of business. So if we don't play the role that we need to play, that agent will get out of business. And the consequence is that all the people in the village now don't have access to the financial system. Okay? Things to keep in mind when we talk about Africa. And of course, we are in a continent where we still consume technology. We don't produce technology. We write codes, but the code runs on some technology. It runs on some hardware. Okay? If we are not able to build the hardware that we need to run our code, in security we say, if you did not build it, you cannot protect it. We have seen examples where we have bought new computers and we do security tests on it. And guess what you see? Backdoors. And sometimes the backdoors is not even a bad thing. The automatic update is a backdoor. You just don't know where that backdoor is reporting. So this is very important when it comes to securing the cyberspace of the continent. Then the lack of capacity. This is a global problem. everywhere in the world, we say that the needs in cybersecurity are not met. But if you bring that to Africa, it's even a more pronounced problem. Okay? So we need to build the capacity. We are at the university. If people have not been interested in cybersecurity, I urge you to. Okay? So these are some key points that I wanted to make for us to start thinking what this digital transformation means for us as Africans. Because if we don't watch for all this and many others that I even don't know, the hope that we have might not become a reality. It might even become a nightmare. So now I will just move to some examples just to illustrate this. And MC, as I said, if you need to stop me, do so at this point. Okay? So I will just go to this. So unfortunately, it's not very clear. So what I did, I was in Kigali and I tried to do an experiment to connect to the university that I were in Senegal. Okay? So to do that, for people who know network, you use traceroute. So traceroute is a tool that helps you to know what routers are between you and the machine that you are trying to connect to. Then what we did was then to see where those routers are sitting physically. Okay? So this is what happened. So when I tried to go from Kigali to Dakar, so here, then the packets, the communication goes all the way to Europe, comes back, and go to Dakar. Okay? So this brings the issue of what we call boomerang routing. So I'm talking to Edwin, but the traffic goes all the way to the US and comes back to the continent, or to any other country. So what it brings is cost, delay, but security. Because if I am an owner of a router, actually in some countries, the country actually say a router that is physically located in the country, any data that pass through, I need a copy. Okay? So if the president of Uganda is talking to the president of Senegal, and the traffic goes through country X, well, they can have a copy. You can encrypt the data, you can encrypt the communication, but encryption is just a matter of resource and time. If I have a lot of infrastructure and a lot of time, I can try to crunch the key and decrypt. Okay? So this is an issue. The lack of infrastructure is exposing us when it comes to security. Okay? Then we ask, but where is even the data that we are trying to access? Because we talk a lot about data sovereignty in the continent. So data sovereignty is many governments today are saying, oh, we need the data to be hosted in the country. Okay? Well, where is the data that the people are looking for? So this is an experiment that it was a second time that we did this. Then where is the data? Where it is hosted? Actually, most of the data, more than 80% of the data that we are using or we are trying to access in the continent is outside the continent. So if it's outside, I need to go outside. That means that I need to abide by the law of any countries where the data is sitting. So data sovereignty, data privacy is an issue because we don't have the data. Beyond that, we have to produce the data in the continent. That's an issue that I want to be talking about more, okay? So this is one issue when it comes to security. So how do you secure the data of the continent when 60% of the traffic goes outside of the continent? And 80% of the data that we are trying to access is outside of the continent. How do you secure that? This is an African problem. Okay? So then this is trying to go outside. Let's go inside our countries. So what you see here is a country of Senegal where I am, and what you, in the map, those lines is where the base station communication are situated. So they follow the main roads. So you will see in many, huge areas of the country where even 2G is not working well. Okay, so you want to do mobile money, and most of the time you go and the person tells you network is not working. But I need the money because maybe my uncle is sick and I need to buy the medicines. I need the money now. So how do you enable that person? When the network is not up, how do you enable that person to do transaction? It's a reality today in Africa. We need to think about it. Otherwise, we are excluding those people. Mostly women. Huh? We talked about it. Because those are the ones who are in the villages, the areas where we don't have a network. But they need the money because maybe the kid is sick and they need to bring him or her to the hospital. So how do you do secure transaction when the network is not always there? People will say, how can you do it? Well, people have thought about this. Okay? Blockchain is, the idea of blockchain, not the blockchain, but the idea is maybe one solution. The idea is, okay, the majority here will witness that Hassan has enough money on his bank account. Then I allow him to do the transaction. And then later I sync back. That's the idea of blockchain. Can we develop technology that allows us to do this transaction in a secure way in our villages? Okay? So we did a little bit of it, but I will skip what we did on this project. This was trying to develop rural connectivity in an opportunistic way. So the idea is that since we don't have network every time, well, let's use whatever we have. If we have cellular, let's use it. If we have Wi-Fi, let's use it. If not, can we use the SMS to enable the transaction? If not, can we use the idea of delay tolerant? So delay tolerant is that, well, we put an antenna on the bus, and when the bus passes by, it does a synchronization and takes the request. Maybe go to the city, and in the afternoon, when it comes back, we sync back. Well, it's delayed. It's not right now, but it's better than nothing. If you ask the person in the villages, they would rather have this than having nothing. Okay? So how can we do this? So this is one thing that we did in our lab, what I won't be going to the detail. MC, feel free to stop me whenever needed. So another one that I wanted to talk, so I talked about digital ID, which is important as we are moving to the digital space. If I don't have digital ID, I cannot authenticate people in cyberspace. But how do you do it? So this is bringing another set of security issues for our countries. That's what we call locking contract. This is a contract that when you sign it, you will never get out of it. So for people who are deep in internet, you know IPv4 and IPv6. So IPv6 is an enhanced version of the internet that we are using today. It is ready since 2000. But still today we are using the old version. The reason is that we have already deployed the technology for the old version. It is a nightmare to roll out and deploy a new one. So technologically, once you deploy a technology in a country, especially when it comes to critical infrastructure, it is very, very difficult to get out of it. This is the technological aspect of it. If there are lawyers in the room, they would tell me also legally it's a nightmare. Because when you sign those contracts, it is very, very, the lawyers, they know how to put things so that getting out will cost you a lot. So that leads our countries to have this lock-in contract where you get in, it's difficult to get out. Difficult to get out legally, but also difficult to get out technically. So how do we develop technology that will that will help our countries to avoid this? Because if the critical infrastructures are not being controlled by the countries, well, we are setting ourselves for danger. Okay? So, digital infrastructure in general. Digital ID is one of it, but digital payment is another one. We rely a lot on digital payment today. And if we don't have the infrastructure, I want to get a loan. He's maybe richer than me when it comes to physical assets, but I can get a loan, he can't. So as people in the continent, how do we work to make sure that my cousin can, in a secure way, prove to the bank that he has 100 cows? Of course, today we have RFI tags that we put on cows. The bank will say, no, no, no. Because, I mean, if you have that for one cow, you can sell the cow and put it on another cow, the RFI tags, okay? So that it doesn't solve the problem. So how do you do that in a secure way? So that those people have access to loans and to the financial system. It's an African problem, okay? So let me fast forward to others, and I will stop in this one probably, okay? So in the continent and around the world, we have capacity problem when it comes to cybersecurity. We don't have enough cybersecurity experts. So one way to overcome that issue is to share information. So we have the specialists at Makerere, and when we have an issue at University of Rwanda, we send the issue here, and the specialists will analyze and tell us what to do. But that's problematic because might have some private things that they don't want to disclose. Okay? So if we want to enable that sharing information, what do we need in terms of technology to make sure that we can share information in a privacy-preserving way without disclosing what I don't want to disclose? This is important for our countries also, because most of the technology, and even beyond the technology, the service that goes with it, we outsource it. And it's needed because we need the technology and we don't have the capacity. We need to outsource. Okay? But there are some things that I don't want to reveal as a country because it's strategic. So how do I enable outsourcing of the technology and the management of the information system while still preserving what needs to be preserved? It's an issue that we need to work on. Otherwise, we are exposing ourselves. Okay? So, and there are many others that are related to the people, and I will end here. So, for example, ID, I will come back to that. Okay? So, and when we start having mobile money, what we realize in our countries is that people now are using it for money laundering and other things. So the countries, they start saying, oh, you need to bring an ID and register with your SIM for security reasons. That's almost all the countries now are asking. But I said at the beginning that half of the population don't have ID. So those people, then they cannot use mobile money. Of course, people, they are smart. So I asked my cousin Edwin to register the SIM, my SIM, under his name. That's what my grandma was doing. Then the law comes again and say, well, Edwin, you cannot register more than 3 SIM cards. That's what we are seeing now. Okay? Well, my grandma now have to wait again because Edwin has already registered 3. Okay? So, as an end users, we are seeing the consequences of security. So how do we study those and design systems that are aligned with the regulation, aligned with the culture, aligned with the realities of the continent to make sure that, well, we are designing for the people? Because if we are not designing for the people, then the people want to use it. And again, the digital transformation will then not help us. So I have a number of other examples, but I will stop here for the interest of time, and I will be happy to engage into discussion if needed. Thank you. So I just wanted to post this. So, yeah, so I will be happy to take any question if there is any. Or comment, of course. Thank you, Andrew. Very important question. Security as a national priority. Actually, today, what we have is critical infrastructure for countries, which are all connected to the cyberspace. So we know that the communication system is on the cyberspace, because that's what brings us to the cyberspace. It goes beyond that. The power grid is in cyberspace. Actually, we use the communication system to do telemetry and control on the power grid. So in 2015, what happened in Ukraine was that one day, we talk about Ukraine again. So one day, it was in December, the whole country, at least a large part of the country, gets in the dark. Power is off. What happened? People use a cyber security attack to get the power off. So critical infrastructure, that's the power grid. The financial system. Well, we use mobile money because we have communication. If I shut down that communication, the financial system gets on its knees. Okay? So another issue, and I'm talking about some things that can bring a country to its knees. If we bring down the financial system for hours, the country will lose billions of dollars. Healthcare. I don't know if people have heard about WannaCry, which was a ransomware that came out in 2017. So WannaCry was able to bring down hospitals where planning for surgery was delayed because of a virus, but not a medical virus, because of a computer virus. Airports get shut down because of that virus. So when it comes to national security, we need to be rethinking our way here in the continent, because we are becoming more and more dependent to the cyberspace. And if we cannot protect, I'm talking about power grid, financial system, water distribution system, healthcare, and you name it, and even the democratic system. If you remember the elections in the US in 2016, one of the issues was why Clinton actually had problem was that she used her router in her house, and there was hacking on the DNC, the Democratic National Council. Their email got hacked and distributed in the world. And that's what, part of why they lost credibility. about the technology. We make sure that the technology is inclusive, the technology is secure, the technology is aligned with people's reality, the technology is preserving people's privacy and digital rights. In a nutshell, the technology is bringing good and not bad. So that has led to the concept of digital public goods. That's one of the efforts that we are trying to focus on in Kigali. But yes, so national security, Andrew, is important. And as we are moving to the digital space, we need to think. Because before you needed an army to go invade a country and get them out. Today you don't need that. You need a cyber army that will stay wherever.
So how shall we get our learners to understand these things and we start coming up with solutions? Today we have a lot of issues. We want them to do solutions. So that is what I wanted to say. That's the best thing. Education, the way they are learning the skill of education, sometimes it is very important. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Rogers. Very important. I talked about digital literacy. That's where we are now in the continent. We try to make sure that our people understand the technology, but at the same time, we want to make sure that they can differentiate from a spam and a legitimate email. It's quite abstract for my dad. He doesn't know that. So, as we are moving to the cyberspace, everything needs to move together. I think that the education system needs to follow. We cannot sit here and still doing education the same way that we did it for my dad. It's not possible. We need to be teaching these kids the technology, and they have to have the mindset of security at the beginning. One issue that we have today in the continent is social media. Many young people actually have their data out there, and it's going to come back to them one day. We have seen that. We have seen cases where you post your picture, a very maybe naive picture for you, and then one day it comes back and catch you. So we need to be teaching these kids what they should be putting out there, because they are using it right now. If we don't, when it becomes clear to them, it's too late. And beyond that, these are the people who will be in our offices. They will sit at the Ministry of X and receive an email from someone claiming that these links need to be clicked because the minister wants you to do so, because your job is calling you for so. And they click and they infect the whole ministry. So as we are moving to this space, we need to be teaching, Rogers, very important. We need to be teaching technology, we need to be teaching security. So one aspect of it that we try to do in our lab is the competition that Edwin was talking about. So when we launch PICO CTF, so it's a cybersecurity competition, where the competition for us was just a proxy. What we wanted was to get people to security, start thinking about it, knowing about it. So we have a platform where you can go, we call it the cyber gym. So you go and you work your cybersecurity muscles and you learn, basically. And when we launched the competition, we thought it is important for high schoolers to start seeing this. So we started going to high school in Rwanda to teach them some skills. And then we realized that actually this is not efficient because we cannot go to every high school. So what we are trying to do now is to develop curriculum for ICT teachers in high schools so that they can pick up the knowledge and transmit it to the student. But this is just one effort. This is something that we need to be doing around the continent and at early age, because we are already in the cyberspace. We are trying to catch up with these kids. So the action was for yesterday. Today we are still thinking what to do. We are all going faster. If there are people from education here, this is a call. We need to find a way to teach ICT and security to the kids at elementary school because they are already in the cyberspace. And if they don't know how to maneuver in cyberspace, well, they will get issues because even in our world, we need to know how to manipulate. We teach kids that you don't go to the street when the car is passing. We need to teach those basic things in cyberspace. We need to know those code de la vie in cyberspace. If we don't, well, we live in a space where we don't know the law, we don't know the regulation, we'll make mistakes. And they will come back and catch us. Good point. I don't have an answer, but I'm just emphasizing on what you say, Rogers. I have hands, but the MC is here. Of course, yeah. Okay, so, well then, yeah, we need to stop, but I'm here. I'd be happy to engage more in discussions. I thank you for your time, and I hope I was able to deliver something to you. Thank you.
Another big round of applause to Ashan. So as you realize, cybersecurity is a very important aspect. As we are digitalizing, information is out there in the space. How secure is that information? That is a key question that you, the academia, can think about to ensure that everybody feels secure with whatever information they put out into the space. So we have to move on quickly onto our next invited talk. And this invited talk is from one of our partners, that is Huawei. And of course, the invited talk is about 5G. So 5G is coming. How to build a secure, again you hear the word secure, and resilient 5G networks. This talk is going to be given by Mr. Tony Lee. Mr. Tony Lee is the Huawei Uganda Vice President. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer science and technology. He possesses over 15 years of ICT experience and is an expert in ICT technology like microwave, DWDM. I don't know which of the students can give me the meaning of that, but anyway, that is the dense wavelength division multiplexing, core networks, the radio access network, and so many others. He also possesses over 10 years comprehensive cybersecurity experience with a deep understanding of cybersecurity with end-to-end solution design, infrastructure planning and implementation. In addition, he has over 11 years work experience in Africa, supporting more than 10 African countries to build advanced ICT network infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Tony Lee.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to give you a keynote speech and a presentation on the 7th National Conference on Communications. And today my present is about new products and technologies, how to build a secure and resilient 5G network. Today, policymakers and industry leaders are realizing that the digital transformation helps driving economic development and productivities. The faster development of 5G and AI will profoundly change our lives and the world. And this is realized on the investing in the ICT infrastructure and ICT applications. From the perspective of the national strategy, we found that 5G and AI have become focus area of the major countries in the high-tech era race. China, the United States, Japan, and European countries are advancing their 5G and AI strategy and the policies, with the goal of having strategic advantage in this area through the national strategy and improve the competitiveness in the key industries. Investing more in the ICT is the most effective way to stimulate the GDP growth. Huawei's study shows that a 20% increase in the ICT investment will needing a 1% increase in the GDP growth. In terms of the investment efficiency, the goals, the ROI of the ICT investment is 6.7 times higher than the non-ICT investment. The global digital economy is growing 2.5 times faster than the global GDP. The digital economy is by fast growth, active innovation, and a wide impact. It is becoming a key aspect in the developing a new structure and the mechanism for economic development. Currently, more than 170 countries have the digital strategy, and more than 50 countries have released AI strategy. Someone believes that the policymakers and the end user will benefit from the most of an intelligent connectivity ecosystems. However, from an ROI perspective, the benefit again by the various countries and the industry may be more balanced than what we expected. This is a misunderstanding that intelligent connectivity will only benefit the countries that own the most advanced technologies. The emergence of intelligent connectivity is a turning point for the global digital transformation. Intelligent connectivity has great potential for economic growth. Intelligent connectivity will dynamically impact all the aspects of our society and the economy through the innovative solutions, new business models, and the emerging technologies. The United States was the first country to propose to implement a systematic national 5G strategy and is now carrying out 5G R&D, commercial applications, and the national security assurance. It has launched the American AI Institute and rely on the 5 pillars to advance the AI, including promoting investment, providing resources, developing standards, empowering AI workers, and encouraging international cooperations. In the outline of the national IT development strategy. China proposed to actively carry out the 5G R&D development standards and promote industry development to developing a leading global mobile communication network by 2025. In addition, China released its next generation artificial intelligence development plan to seize the strategic opportunities of AI and gain the first move advanced, which are aimed to become innovative tech power. For Europe countries, launched 5G strategy and an Industry 4.0 strategy, and aimed to be the first move in 5G cybersecurity. The Euro countries released artificial intelligence for Europe. It is a policy paper including promoted AI development by providing more financial support, including the AI adoption in public and private sectors, and modernization education and the training programs. Japan focused on the 5G research and the standards development, and has released the intelligent technology strategy to develop a roadmap for AI industry development. So this is a whole global countries. How do they launch the 5G and AI strategy? So we can say that 5G is coming today. Compare with 3G and 4G. We realize and finding that 5G commercialization is faster than ever. In the first year of the 3G, only 9 operators network has been put into commercial use, set up 20,000 3G sites, and develop 320,000 3G users. In the first year of the 4G, 19 operator networks has been put in 4G for commercial user within 1 year, set up 140,000 users and 400 4G users within 1 year. But in 5G areas, 142 networks has been put 5G into commercial users, set up more than 1 million 5G sites, and develop more than 250 million 5G users within 1 year. So which means that 5G has great achievement in the first year compared to 3G and 4G. By 2021 May, there are more than 150 networks have put 5G into commercial use and developed more than 400 million 4G subscribers. Also, today, the 5G smartphone is booming. 5G smartphone sales scores increased more than 60% compared with 2020, with 2019. And the 5G smartphone price, the cost decreased 70% compared 2020 with 2019. Okay? So, unlike in the past, the 5G was not just related to individuals. The 5G will be fully involved in your life and work. As the COVID-19 surging globally, the pandemic made online working on the life popular. Remote work, office, and video conference are widely used. 88% of the organizations encourage the worker from home after COVID-19. Online education and online training become more popular. 423 million online users in China after the pandemic, and also the online trade and the internet reached $150 billion in China, of 2020. It was twice times higher than the 2019. And also today, more online work on the life will bring more traffic users, more traffic increase, which bring more 5G requirement. According to the white paper on China's 5G development and its economy and social impacts, by 2021, more than 718,000 of 5G base stations, which means the 5G site, where radio site, online, and the 5G have generated 570,000 jobs. It lack 20% growth, the annual growth ratios in data jobs generations. Also, we can see that the 5G changed vertical industry. Today we have the smart hospital, smart industry, smart marrow. So it's like almost 4,000 kinds of the 5G industry applications case have been launched today. So 5G enabled thousands of the industry like media, net broadbands, intelligent control, smart industry, smart education, and also smart grid. Smart healthcare also will be enabled and launched in some urban security protections. And also one interesting areas is intelligent driving. Okay, so 5G security issue affect production and company surveillance, because that today 5G is involved in this thousands industry. The security is the key, the guarantee for the 5G application according to the key industrial opinion. So what is the change? The 5G network are different. It will become the part of the enterprise network infrastructure and the need to be protected based on the industrial requirements of the enterprise. It will not like 2G, 3G, 4G. It will be deeply involved in the enterprise network. And the different service is an enterprise have different requirement on the experience and the security. Because for the 2C business and the 2B business is totally different. And the last one, ensure the enterprise data does not leave the campus network, and ensure the security of the enterprise applications and the data. So we have realized the change. So what is the key 5G cybersecurity challenges? The first one is 5G security needs to be deal with the multiple levels and across domain in an integrated ways. Secondly, introduction of the ULLC, which is an evaluator of the user's SDN, NFA cloud in 5G, means a broader, more dynamic, and multi-faceted of attack surface, landscapes. Third one, the widespread need to be accessed the network via the smart device, the cloud service, the edge computing renders the permitted security module insufficient. So this is the three key challenges for the 5G securities. To make 5G is secure, telecom industry including 3GPP, 5G PPP defined 3-level security module, and this 3-level security module for the level 1 is the product securities, level 2 network securities, and the level 3 application securities. In the level 1 product security, it requires product follow the industry standards like 3GPP, SCAS. In the level 2 network security, it defines the security deployment, operation, and the maintenance security and the network protections, which means that in your network you should have some redundancy, which you should have some firewall to do some protections. In the level 3 applications security, it defines the ISP components, application securities, and the service protections. According to the security standards and the best practice 3GPP, IETF, and this institute, during the 5G security and the development life cycle, it should follow 3 design principles. Principle 1 is in-depth defense, which meaning focus on the protection against the border intrusion and the natural movement attacking like anti-DOS, access control, and so on. Principle 2 is zero trust, which requires continued evaluation the security level and the dynamic authorization to protect the spoofing and evaluate the probabilities. The principle 3 is adaptive security, which is dynamic continuous optimization based on the IPDDR, like proactive closed loop control. So I will continue to introduce these 3 principles in details in the coming slides. So from outside to the inside, we divide the 5G network into 4 zones and establish or set up 4 lines for defense. In Zone 1 is external network. The Zone 2 is roaming. Zone 3 is internal 5G NE. For Zone 4 is internal virtual machine. Between the Zone 1 and the Zone 2, going to deploy the firewall to building the network boundaries and implement layer defense, which clearly boundary for isolation, thereby provide the basic network protections. In Zone 2, configuration service policies to provide the centralization protection for hiding the local network technologies and reduce the attacked surface, provide the service level protections. In Zone 3, use the TLS authorization, encryptions, and OA UTS 2.0 dynamic authorization between the network environments to prevent inter-NE level movement attack. In Zone 3, will be used VLAN, VXLAN, and ACL. ACL means the access control list between virtual machine on the network functionals to prevent inter-VM network movement attack. So this is the 4 zone for protection. And this slide will be generally introduced about the zero trust model. We realize that the zero trust model is an important network security model widely used in the industry. The 5G zero trust model, including zero trust access and the zero trust operation and management. The zero trust access limited the access of the network, and the zero trust operation and management is to implement a continuous identify evaluation and a dynamic policy to control for the O&M access, achieving anti-hacking and anti-human errors, and anti-insiders. Okay, so for security incident, we usually divide into 3 phases according to the timeline: before the attack, attacking, and after attack. Before attack, need to identify the risk and protect the network environments. Evaluate the network environments risk and manage your network access control policy. During the attacking, need to detect the risk and give the active response. Detect the risk based on the host, NOC, and traffic. These are the 3 active response: security automation, and response. NE level response policy, network level recovery policy to resolve the security incident, which means that during the attacking, what we are focusing is how to recover quickly and automatically. After attack, need to recover the service and the configuration back to the normal state like before. Based on the methodology, we integrate adaptive security to building intrinsic 5G security capability and develop dynamic security solutions that are continuously optimized, which means it's like some AI function you will continue learning by yourself. So we have load methodology, how this methodology to be running and operating today in the globally. You know that SCS and NESCS is a mobile communication network security test specification and assessment mechanism developed by the GSMA and the 3GPP, which are jointly developed by the major global operators like Vodafone, China Mobile, and so on, the suppliers, industry partners, and the regulators. Network equipment and the vendors are audited and tested by the independent and authoritative third-party organizations. So for Huawei, has passed the King assessment and in the industry and is the first one to complete the NESCS, SCAS assessment in 2020. We do wish and confident we can building the first 5G network for Uganda, maybe in coming 2 or 3 years. So in summer, there are 3 key points to take away. First one, ensure 5G security is a shared responsibility of the key stakeholders, such as mobile network operators, vendors, application providers, and the regulators. Second, 3 principles for top-level design of the cybersecurity and concerns in the industry: in-depth defense, zero trust, and adaptive security. Third, for 5G network, NESCS, ICS provide the right kind of the standards: customized, authorized, global, efficient, unified, open, and constantly involved. So which means that this institute will be given the certificate to the vendors, to the manufacturer vendors, and the manufacturer will be fully compliant with the regulators' standards and the instructions. So Huawei has passed this key assessment in the industry, and we are the first one to compete for the SCS assessment. So in January, the 5G is coming, and the security issues will be always for the whole industry, and all the operators, industries, and vendors will be continue working on this domain to see how can we do it more automatically, dynamically, and continue optimize the methodology and the whole products. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
What actually now we putting in place to have these kind of little comparing devices that will be connected to the village. And I'm saying this because now this is an issue we know that deploying in the rural area is happening because it's our area where the density of population is low, and deploying infrastructure that is very costly, then the return on investment will not come needed time. So when we were developing 5G, we think about the issues in the rural area, we think about protecting these devices that will have agriculture, environment, and the villages. So what was put in place for that?
Okay. So for the 5G, based on my own opinion, in Africa regional, there will be have two business cases. And the first one will be we call it FWA, fixed wireless access, which means that we'll be bring the more cheaper broadband network to the end users, which is like today you will use the fiber, but in 5G, because the 5G we call it fiber on air. It means that one day in your home, the broadband, the price will be reduced. This is the first perspective of the business case. And for the second one is that the smart agricultures. We have done some proof of the conception testing in South Africa country. You see that for 5G, it will have more sensors, and then the 5G network will cover for these farmers, and then they do the some goats, some plants, and you will have the sensor to monitor how this is growing, how can you to feeding them, and then this is on the study and the research, because so far in globally, like in some country in China, in United States, they are more focused on the industry, factory, in smart factory. But in Africa, I think that we should look in the eyes on the smart architectures. Yeah, now is on the POC stage in South Africa. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. My questions are two, and one is connected to on the affordability of 5G, what we call the customer services or the CPEs, or maybe students to the other side as organization. One of our industry operators, I think we have also done the 5G scheme, the 5G pre-launch. One of the key of the last. Thank you for that.
Okay. So your first question is about under-user's device. About the 5G under-user device, mobile, 5G mobile, 5G CPE, today their price is higher than the 4G. And we realize that in Uganda, I think for the 4G device, penetration is reached 20 to 30%, which means today most of the population or most of the people of Uganda are still using the 3G. Okay, so to be honestly, that for the device, if you want to reduce the cost, you need to have a big amount of the manufacturers, which means that you manufacture more, the price will be go down. So we can see that recent years, the price is continued go down. Okay, this is the first part. And the second part, for the, as you said, that one operators are thinking is at the beginning of the 2020, they do some pre-launch or demo launch for the 5G device. And another operators that is on the way. I think for the 5G coming to the Uganda market, first will be the spectrum, which that the government or the UCC will be launch the spectrum for the operators. And for the operators, firstly, because they were looking at the top level subscribers, because that only the maybe at the beginning commercial phase, the top level or the VIP users can suffer or can afford this expense. Okay, hope that I can answer your question for the first. And your second question is for the 5G out of the research, like 6G or something like that, right? To be honestly, that we can say that today the 5G is still on the way how to success in the business case. Because that if we see that by the individuals peoples, for the 4G and the 5G, we are not bring much more difference. Because for you today, you use your mobile for browse the TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, the 4G bandwidth will be enough for you. But the 5G will be used for some special case, like the Wish VR, like some when you do the working and someone go to your home, you will get some notice. You can get a video that we call it the video surveillance. You have your baby in your home, something like that. So this is still on the way. So now, which means that the next 6G is still on some conceptions, because now we don't know how will be 5G will be success in the network. You see in the 3G areas, we have the 3G, but also we have the 3.5G, which just increase the data bandwidth. So we think that for 5G, it will be first success in the vertical industry, like Dr. mentioned that smart architectures, smart factory, intelligent driver, and then will be the 6G. Yeah, so from my opinion, I think 6G is still far away, maybe 10 or 15 years later. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah. Have a good day.
So, you've heard 5G is already underway. It's working. The network equipment vendor is telling you 5G is here. And you heard yesterday that actually for the academia, now 5G is done. Should be thinking of 6G. What are the possibilities? What are the challenges? How can you fix some of those challenges? What are the opportunities underlying the network. So all these, they should be an eye-opener for you, the academia, because you're the people doing the research. Because as we have 5G underway, some people have done research to bring it to this level. So for 6G, what can we do? So this is a question that you need to be asking yourself, the academia. So we have to move on. Now we need to have a tea break before we go into the next exciting session, which is the School ICT Clubs competition. So we are going to follow the order in the books for the competition. So we shall have the first school as St. Mary's College, Chisubi, followed by Tororo Girls, then St. Gracious Secondary School from Lira, then Iganga Girls, followed by Ntare School, and finally St. Henry's College, Chitovu. So as we go into the tea break, I would request the first 3 schools to move out quickly to the dining area upstairs. The last 3 schools that have read out will use the dining area downstairs using this exit. So please, let's keep time. Once the schools finish the breakfast and they come back here, we shall immediately start. So after the schools having breakfast, again as yesterday, the dignitaries that were invited to this occasion, the academic staff will all have their tea break in the upstairs section. Then the rest of the students, all the university students, will have the tea break in the lower section. So please, let's keep time to ensure that we begin early enough. Outside, there is a booth for RENU. So those who would want to know what RENU is all about, what they do, please feel free to visit their booth and see what they can do. Yesterday we had a posters session. Again, the posters are still behind there, and I know the owners of the posters are still available with us today. Please feel free to visit the poster section again upstairs. So we break off quickly, and I request that we have our tea as soon as possible so that we begin. Thank you.
How do I say I'm sorry? How do I say I'm sorry? How do I get more?
and you are going to see them here today. However, there were two very strong runners-up that we also decided that for the purposes of this audience, we can also include them in the competition today. So, there were a number of schools that were engaged in this competition, but the 6 that are competing today are St. Henry's College, Chitovu, St. Mary's College, Chisubi, Tororo Girls, St. Gracious Secondary School, Lira, Iganga Girls, and Ntare School. So there has been a slightly change of the order that we are going to follow. And I want to read this new order, whereby the first one will be St. Mary's College, Chisubi, followed by St. Gracious Secondary School, Lira. Then we shall have Iganga Girls, followed by Ntare School. St. Henry's College, Chitovu will come in number 5. And finally, Tororo Girls. For this, we have a number of judges already in our midst. And one of the judges, maybe they will wave to you, is Dr. Andrew Katumba. Dr. Andrew Katumba is a lecturer in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Makerere University. He serves as a lead for the Marconi Machine Learning Lab, which is also housed within SEDAT. He holds a PhD in photonics engineering with focus on applying artificial intelligence to revolutionize the field of high-speed optical communication. He has a number of publications that you can Google and see where his research interests are. The other judges in this are Mr. Alan Lule, Alan Lule is a startup manager at Makerere Innovation and Incubation Center with a software engineering background. Alan supports a number of startups and entrepreneurs that are developing in digital solutions. These solutions enable you to access business development mentorships and access to software and technology development. Alan is a software developer and also manages developer teams working on software solution developer programs for DFCU Bank. He is a member of the Executive Committee of Startup Uganda, leading the investment subcommittee. Finally, we have Andrew Tugume. Andrew Tugume is a digital skills trainer and mentor currently working at Outbox Hub as learning and development specialist. Alan works with Outbox, as I mentioned earlier, as a full-stack web development training facilitator in Outbox EDU program, and is also an e-business curriculum developer in Outbox NSSF High Innovator Business Academy. So, for this session, it's going to be moderated by Mr. Moses Wamanga. Moses Wamanga works with KAWA, and he is the national chairman. KAWA stands for Kisubi Associated Writers Agency, and it partners with the Uganda Communications Commission in supporting the school ICT clubs. So all the work that we are going to be seeing from the different schools is kind of a brainchild of Kawa, which is doing a very good job in trying to impart ICT skills to our secondary school students. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite Mr. Moses Wamanga to manage and moderate this school's ICT club's competition session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moses Wamanga, as I've just been introduced. I just want to add something brief about these ICT clubs. We partner with UCC. We initiated the program, but SEDAT played a very, very important role in taking this to this level. They selected a very good team of mentors, supported the learners, provided devices, and the result is what we are going to see here today. So here we go, ICT Innovations Competition. This is the last day, and the schools that we have in the house, I'm going to introduce them. They'll stand up, and always you give them a mighty hand clap. We have St. Mary's College Kisubi in the house. Great. And we have St. Gracious Secondary School from Rida. Yes, we have Iganga Secondary School. It's a girls' school from the east. We have Ntare School. Yes. We have St. Henry's College Kitovu. St. Henry's College Kitovu, okay, maybe they are still that side for tea. And finally, we have Torogalo School. Wonderful. So, we are going to follow the order Dr. mentioned. Yeah, members, it is important that we move a bit closer. Those who are scattered the other side, for purpose of branding, you know, we are recording these sessions. Doesn't look good when there are some chairs inputted there. So kindly move closer, move closer. May I see members moving closer? Moving closer, moving closer. Kindly stand up. Those who are not moving, kindly move closer and occupy the space there. Okay, in the interest of time, we are going to follow the order Dr. Matovu mentioned, and each school is going to be given 10 minutes for presentation. There will be 5 minutes for questions and observations from the judges, and the members from the audience. You'll also benefit from the very 5 minutes. So all in all, we are going to use 15 minutes. I have a very serious timekeeper, Rogers Mukalele. Rogers, stand up for recognition. Great. All right, so as we move, let's manage the time and ensure that we do this to the best of our knowledge and skills. So let me take this opportunity to invite St. Mary's College Kisubi to come and make their presentation, showcase their innovations. As they come, it's important to note that St. Mary's College Kisubi emerged the best in the central region. The competitions were held at SEDAT, and they have a very interesting innovation which is really coming up to solve a very big problem in our society, especially in the education sector. St. Mary's You are most welcome.
This is forward, this is backward. So you show it to each of the group that comes. So the presentation will be shown.
And the timer. The timing will be reversed.
Okay. In case I don't use this, and the person control.
Okay. They're going to use this. They're going to control the other side.
Creativity is the thinking up of new things. Innovation is the doing of new things. By Theodore Levitt, a Harvard professor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the August House, good morning to you all. Today, St. Mary's College Chisubi is going to present to you a project titled School Eye, and the innovators are Master Egeru Brighton, who is standing right beside me, Master Sonko Julian Paul, who is controlling the presentation, and then I myself speaking to you is Mutumba Nicholas Kadu. This project is going to solve numerous amount of problems, and I'll try to list them down. The first one is going to be inadequate monitoring of the syllabus, whereby in this country, the Ministry of Education does not know what exactly a student, let me say in Lira, is studying at this moment in a class. All they have is a designed curriculum by NCDC to be covered in a specified period of time. The second problem is the dropout rates, whereby students who show great academic potential drop out due to lack of finances to fund their education. The third is low integrity of the syllabus, whereby the goals which were initially to be met by the syllabus are not really brought out very well. This is due to the fact that schools rush to teach through concepts, whereby they cover the concepts very early in order to leave time for the examinations at the end of the education cycle for a given level of education. And this leaves the students to cram information rather than understanding it, and thus integrity of the syllabus is not met. The fourth is curriculum imbalance, whereby schools across the country are not on the same level, yet they are teaching the same year and the same content. The solution to this project is, the solution to these problems is our project, an interface that is customized to the Ministry of Education and Sports to monitor the syllabus coverage on a national scale. The objectives of this project are, number one, to convey the education requirement in each subject area at each level. Number two, equal access to quality education for all citizens across the country. The benefits or outcomes of implementing this project are the syllabus will be well tracked, hence the ministry shall be having supervisory rights across the curriculum taught to its students in the country. The second is scholarships shall be availed to the best performing students. This will be well understood during the demonstration, whereby the ministry on a timely basis will be issuing out an API, an aptitude test, which is extrapolated by our API here, in order to validate the integrity of the data that is entered by the schools. Therefore, the students who perform well on these tests shall be awarded scholarships. The other is poor teaching cases will be easily identified and shall be resolved. The fourth one is the curriculum will be well streamlined on a national level, and all students shall be learning at the same level, since the ministry can be able to view what is needed. I will invite my colleague, Master Gary Brighton, to take you through how the project looks like.
Thank you very much, Master Mutumba. Good afternoon to all of you. Right here we have got the dashboard for the school, and those are the cards that are representing the different subjects that one can be able to update. We decided to use minimal data because of problems of collecting data from everywhere. So moving on to the next slide. Right here we have got an input form where the school is able to click on which topics they have completed and submit the form. So graphically, this is what we represent. We have got pie charts showing different sections, first sections in particular, 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, and 75 to 100, represented by the different colors. You will be able to see how those graphs change dynamically once we enter data. Then this is how the test page looks like. Those are sample questions where a student is able to enter, answer the questions, and then enter their name, submit, and results are brought back. We shall be able to see all of that in the demo. Now, this is the scholarships page. This is how it looks like, where students who have met a pass mark, which we set up to be 60, are able to be displayed here, and the interested sponsors are also able to be displayed, so the student can be able to easily access available sponsors. So when it comes to the ministry's dashboard, we have got data that is in terms of tables and graphs, and this is an example where we have got a table that is representing average coverage per every school. We are seeing Chambogo College School, we are seeing Modern High School, Mary Hill, Ntare, and all the rest. We are seeing math average coverage, physics average coverage, chemistry, and overall coverage. Moving on. Let me request Master Mutumba to come back and complete this.
The challenges that will be faced shall this project be implemented are slow machines, unavailability of information in case the schools refuse to comply with the ministry's directive, slow internet, and power outages. However, we have future prospects for this project, and these are not limited to extrapolation of test results to predict UNEB results, issuance of students' transcripts which use QR codes, usage of students' data in government agencies such as UNEB and NERA in order to tackle the tedious registration carried out by some of the organizations. We have creating a big scholarship search service in Uganda whereby students who need sponsorship can be able to get it easily. We intend to expand it to the primary level so that all levels under the ministry supervision are covered. And due to the demand of the new curriculum, we intend to inculcate in project planners to track the club activities as well as goals that are needed by the new curriculum. We intend to also use the offline templates to cater for regions that do not have internet. I will kindly request my colleague again to take you through the demonstration.
All right here we have got a demonstration, and this is the login page. We are logging in as Gayaza High School. So once we submit, we are taken to the dashboard, and in this case, Gayaza High School has got a little bit of coverage for math and chemistry, so we are going to be updating physics. So the different sections, as you can see, that is how it is looking. When you come here down, when we look at subjects, physics is not showing anything. That is probably because they have not touched anything under physics. So let us update and we see what happens. This is the input. We input data, as you can see. We have clicked on the various topics and subtopics that have been covered. This was better for accuracy. Previously, we just had ranges. So once we input, everything is updated in the database, as you can see. So when you come back home, you're able to see the graphs. That is the physics graph. Previously, all the colors were at an angle of 95. However, we are seeing that the green has overpowered all the others, and the goal is that the green should be able to cover the whole pie chart. Then when we come here, we see that the physics has risen, and that is how it is being displayed on the school's page. So let us log in as the ministry, and we see what the ministry is actually able to see. So right here, we have got the ministry, we have got the available schools that are being displayed here. We have got the statistics table, and that is showing the different schools, as I told you previously, and their coverages, and even countrywide average for every subject down there. So when it comes to these are graphs showing coverage per region. That's the first. The eastern, western, central, northern, and then we have got the different schools at the different levels that I informed you of previously. Then mathematics, we're able to show you that different schools are still at the different levels for every single subject. So we had input Gayaza High School, and we want to see what exactly happens when the ministry is viewing the data for Gayaza High School. So we are going to be looking for Gayaza High School. And just like that, what Gayaza High School was able to see is exactly what the ministry is able to see, and they are able to come up to conclusions of how the school is faring as far as coverage. So we added functionality where we're able to filter schools as per performance. That is that slider that you see there. We are going to filter out schools as per a given, as per their performance. So we keep on increasing the average coverage, and according to this, it shows that King's College Budo has the greatest coverage. So let us look at what is happening. Now we are seeing that most of the graphs are next to green, and this should be the goal of every single school towards the end of the term. Their graphs should be next to green. However, I want to show you a school for a particular subject which has covered to totally 100%, and I think that was Nabisonsa. So the physics graph, as you can see it right there, it is fully green, and that should be the goal at the end of every single term. Everything should be green like that. That is showcasing an average coverage between 75 to 100. So we are going to log in back as the school, and we show you what happens for the tests page and the scholarships page. Then we shall be done with this. Right here we are taken to the tests page, and these are the sample tests. You can try them out, I dare you. Once you scroll down, you click and then you answer the questions. So once you scroll down, you input your name. Your name will be tied to your school. These are the different fields. First name, we have got the given name. We have got the student ID number for the school, the combinations, they are doing their date of birth, and we can always submit the form once we are done. Moving on forward, once you've submitted, you're able to see the students whose results are back, who have shot above that average of 65. So in this case, we are having Esther Mukwe, who has made a percentage of 71%, and these are the available sponsors for them. So with that, that is exactly how our application will be working to improve syllabus coverage across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, St. Mary's Kisubi ICT Club. Yeah, remain around for questions from judges. We have a short time, maybe two. If there are questions from judges, one or two, then we can also have maybe one question from the audience.
Okay, thank you so much. I have one simple question. I liked the demo, and it's capturing a lot of data, but my question is on the quality. How sure are you that the data that these teachers are putting in is actually qualitative? They are doing the work, because it might be coming towards the end of the term, I just punch in numbers, and how will you know that it is quality data? I think that's the only thing I need to know from you guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, as you think of that, yeah, mine is only on the dropout rates. Yeah, I know you guys presented something really good, but I'm curious, how is this also solving the dropout rates? I need to just know from you. Thank you. Okay. Sure, proceed.
All right, let me answer the questions. The first one is quality of data. Now, when the schools input in the data, at the end of every term, at the beginning of the next term, the ministry will subject them to a test, an aptitude test. Now, this aptitude test won't be marked like the usual exam, whereby if a student scores like 8 ticks out of the 10 numbers, they get 8 out of 10. No, these questions test the level of understanding of the student. And each objective that is given, or each multi-choice answer that is given, has a certain goal that it's going to target. So therefore, if a student answers, there is data that will be extrapolated to the ministry, and they will be able to know that this teacher actually did not teach well the students, because the students will fail if they actually haven't learned that topic. Or they will answer in a way that shows that the teaching was very poor, such that it can be reflected very well to the ministry. Then for the solving the dropout rates, when the student sits for the test, their data is collected at the end of it all. And when it's collected, there is no way a school will be able to return back the same students. So also the students who really want to get a scholarship in an easier format can sit down and do the test. And if they perform really well, they can be awarded a scholarship by the ministry. As interested sponsors will be will be seeing their scores and will be expressing interest in case they want to fund the student.
Okay, so you're basically selling the ministry that data to show them a performance of various students who can be sponsored later?
Yes.
Okay, is it anywhere on the platform, or it's something you look forward to putting out clearly?
It's there on the platform.
Okay, so I didn't see anywhere to do with the generating a report that you can pass on. Is it anywhere?
It was there, but I went through it very fast because of time limits. However, I
Okay.
showed you that particular page where different students were being displayed. So once you hover over it, it shows displays potential sponsors.
Okay, sure, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I think we can allow one question from the audience. And let me give this opportunity to, yes, go ahead. The microphone is far from you. So you respond quickly. You know your time there, 1 minute. Yes.
Thank you very much. You talked about the offline mode where you'll be able to, for areas where, which are in remote areas, areas where we do not have internet coverage. You talked about collecting that data using the offline mode. How, I wanted you to elaborate more on how you would be able to collect that data and make sure that it's also uploaded to the system and the Ministry of Education can access it.
For the offline templates, I'll give an example like the way the Uganda National Examinations Board does it. Not all schools are in the same area. Not all schools are in areas where there is reach of internet, but all registration is carried out offline. So UNEP gives out a template where the schools fill in that data, and then they go to a school whereby, or an area that there is internet, and they forward that data very well. That's how it would be working in that context.
All right, let's give Mark a mighty hand clap for that wonderful presentation. Okay, I think you can take your seats. Next is St. Gracious Secondary School from Lira. They have everything set there. St. Gracious, keep moving majestically. As St. Gracious comes, we are going to have Iganga SS. So Iganga SS, be prepared. St. Gracious, I hand over the microphone to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Opi Emmanuel Nicholas, and I'm going to introduce to you my team. Next to me, on the left, I have Elvis Oko. Then on my right, I have Owel Joshua, followed by Linda Akello, and then at the back, she has Kisarot Agatha. So here we are giving our presentation.
Agriculture is the backbone of Uganda. And any problem the agriculture sector faces, the economy of Uganda is affected. So today, we have brought a project that will help solve the problem the agriculture sector is facing today. From a research we carried out, Sengenta talks about how farmers in Uganda today have to cope with climate change, soil erosion, biodiversities, farmers have to satisfy consumers' changing tastes and expectations. So our project, we are trying to help farmers, to help them solve some of the problems faced by consumers today. Farmers today have to try to meet the rising demand for more and high quality products and food. So today, our project, we are trying to help farmers produce more crops and produce more high quality products. And farmers today have to invest in food productivity. They have to adopt and learn how to use technology today to ease in their work in farming. And farmers today have to stay resilient against global economic factors. And today, according to research we carried out, 12% of the world land is cultivatable, but the plants that are grown use 70% of fresh water is used for farming. So in our project, we are trying to make the farmers utilize more water for more production of crops. The agriculture and the forestry causes 23% of house gas emissions. Statistics from UBOS shows that in the last 10 years, the availability of land for family use has reduced by over 70%, posing a threat to the sustainable development goals of life on land. So we are trying to help solve such problems because most of the land in Uganda nowadays are fragmented because people have to create more land for the increased families. Families keep expanding every day, so they have to keep building houses, and they have less land for farming. So we are trying to create a project that even with the little land they have left, they can be able to grow crops and keep the family healthy. And then, according to research by World Food Program, most of the African farmers spend more time in the garden other than development projects. So we are trying to create a way in which farmers will have time, even when you're at your workplace, you will have time to monitor your garden. So my friend here will provide the solutions.
In order to tackle all these problems, we need to have a cutting-edge technology that shifts the burden of monitoring the plants from the farmer to a more accurate system. We need to ensure that we multitask the land that is available to ensure we have maximum output in the little land. We need to apply the technology to ensure that the hectic work is lifted from the farmer to the system. And then we need to ensure that we ensure domestic farming and more accurate systems of farming, and we need to also create a cutting-edge technology that is easy to use and also helps in handling all these problems. And therefore, we need to ensure that the systems enable the farmers to satisfy the changing tastes and expectations. We need to ensure that the system enables the farmer to meet the rising demands of more high-quality food. We need to ensure that the farmers can utilize the little land they have. It does not require you to have a big farm outside. It doesn't require you to have acres of land. You can just do it in your backyard. You can do it at your rooftop. It can just be a small extension of your home. We need to ensure that anyone can afford this. You don't need to have millions of dollars to have this thing working. And then we also need to ensure that the 12% of the land that is cultivatable is used to the maximum. We need to ensure that instead of instead of expanding horizontal, we need to make sure that we can utilize the available land in ensuring that we have better yields. That's why we are saying we are integrating fish farming, which is aquaculture, and then we are integrating crop growing, which is in water, that is hydroponics, into one system, which is aquaponics. And then we are trying to make this system automated so that the farmer doesn't have to be involved in each and every step and can monitor all this remotely and have better yields. That is why we have come up with a solution, and all these solutions are there in our system, which is the Smart Green Farm system.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take you through the benefits. One of the benefits is our system is automatic. We see from there, the project is automated in that we have the automatic fish feeder and also the moisture sensor, the water indicator, and then the next we have the next benefit is that our system is independent. In aquaponics, we know we grow crops and fish. So the plants benefits from the nitrogenous waste from the fish, in that the water from the fish pond is taken to the farm to be used by the plants. The next one is conserves water. We know the fish pond, the water from the fish pond is taken to the farm to be used for plant growth, hence conserving water. And then the next is less power consuming, in that the system will not consume power when you have not instructed it to do so. And then we have it's economical, practical, and inexpensive, and then less affected by pests. It ensures proper utilization of available resources. It tackles developmental goals 1 and 2, in that the first sustainable development goal is that there is no poverty, in that a farmer will harvest the crops and also the fish, and then goes and sell it, and then have the money, and also zero hunger, in that you will harvest it and use it for food. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Joshua Emmanuel, and I'm from 5 Science 2. I'm doing PEM. I want to take you through the process of marketing. As you can see from our screen, we have the cost for the solar system and the cost for the electricity system, whereby it can favor someone who is down in the village there and someone who is in the urban area. Our system is really flexible. It depends on the area that the person is and depends on the source of power that the person would like to use. And from here, we were trying to run just a simple project on our school, because we had requested the school to help us do this practically at our school. And here was the budget of what we had. And after that, it totaled up to the price of, for the electricity, we are having a total of 7,400,050. And then on the other side, we are having the cost for the solar, as you can see it from there. And we tried to carry out our analysis after the period of 6 months. What would we be having as our profit? And they are summarized down there. Thank you.
Let me take you through how it works, and then we shall go and see the demo. First of all, we are having 3 systems in our system. We are having plants, and then we are having aquaponics, which is going to be having crops grown on top and then fish underneath. So first of all, we are having moisture sensors installed in the soil, because as we know, in Uganda, we are just growing in agriculture, and then we can't highly develop everything. So we are trying to combine rearing of fish plus growing crops. So because we know crops also grow on top of water, so we are using it as an advantage, because as we see nowadays, people are rearing fish and they're growing in large numbers. So we are going to grow crops on top of water, which is aquaculture. And then the next thing also, we are having an extension of a garden that is having soil. Then in this soil, we shall be having moisture sensors that shall be in charge of supplying water to the garden only if it is necessary, when it is a sense that there is shortage of water in the soil. Secondly, the tank also, we are having our water level indicators and water level sensors. Because when the sensor it indicates that there is low water in the tank, it will also pump automatically, and then the water will be withdrawn from, like example, as we have included the pump from the underground, we shall be having solar pumps and other pumps. Then nextly, we shall be including IoT, where all this data can be sent to your farm as a farmer, and then you can all receive all the statistics. For the future prospects, we are having nutrient analyzers using telematics, and then pest detection, then oxygen sensors, to analyze if there is any shortage in the oxygen. So thank you. I welcome the question. Or we go and first, I welcome the judges to come and see the demo, then we shall welcome the questions.
is only fish, the water has to be expelled after some time. That is already wasting water. And in hydroponics, there reaches a point where the plants have already consumed the nutrients in the water, and the water has to be expelled and changed. But here, the plants clean the water for the fish. Therefore, they all benefit. It's like symbiosis in them. Because the fish excrete the nitrogenous waste, then the plants absorb it again, and the water is already clean for the fish again, so the fish can continue living in. Then the other plants that are here, water is pumped from here as long as it's needed, because we have a soil moisture sensor that detects whether the water is needed for the plants here, and automatically draws it from the fish pond there. Water is drawn there. That water is nitrogen rich, since the fish excrete nitrogen rich. The excreta has a lot of nitrogen, so it's taken and sprayed on the plants here, and when the water level in the fish pond drops, automatically water is drawn from here into the system, and therefore you are alerted using this. You are alerted to your phone. It doesn't have to be a smartphone. Even these button phones, you can use SMS. You just text state, then you get all these details. You can get the amount of water that is there, have the fish eaten. You can know the amount of water in your soil and the pump status. You can know, and we also plan to integrate the system that tells you whether there is going to be a possible failure in the system. And here we also have an intrusion detection system, where in case someone comes here, it makes that alarm sound. And in a practical situation where we are having a large piece of land, we can have multiple sensors and all those buzzers that can also act as pest control when the birds come in. Because we know in some, like rice garden where the birds are there, locally we use sound, we be beating jerry cans to create that sound. But here we have this buzzer system. Then where if it detects the birds, it makes the sound and the birds go away. And we have the automatic fish feeder.
Generally, this flows in a, if you will know, in biology it says a nitrogen cycle, where the fish feeder feeds the fish, then later on the fish feed on it and digest on it, but they excrete their waste full of ammonia. Then inside the pond, we all know bacteria is everywhere, so the bacteria will be in charge of breaking down the ammonia into nitrates, which will later be supplied to the crops. And as crops, we're using a basic of natural fertilizers, because that we have seen the effects of artificial fertilizers are growing day by day. But in this farm, we shall be having natural fertilizer, and the soil shall be sterilized, that we shall not be having weeds.
All right. Thanks so much, the team from St. Gracious, for your presentation. I have one or two questions. The first one is, I would like to understand how you sized your setup. So are you, and again, this also boils over into your marketing strategy. So when you say the system is going to cost me 5 million, what do I get? You can give me a simple number like, okay, if it's working well, I can feed a family of 3 people for half a day or 3 days or a week. Do you mind answering that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. When the data we gave there about the marketing strategy is an example for what we used for the school. We're using a 20 by 20 piece of land, growing the vegetables in a space of 15 by 15, and having a pond that is around 16.1 cubic meters that can contain about 4,050 fish when you're stocking it. And in that, you get a turnover from the crops, like within the 6 months, because we know that the hybrid tilapia require about 6 months to grow. And then for the vegetables, if you're using like skuma week, it takes about 2 months. That means you will have to plant like 3 times before the fish can come out. So we've calculated all that together. In a space of about 1 acre, you can get about 24 tons of the vegetable, but then we have scaled it down to a system which we are growing it in a space of 15 by 15, which is in a scale of 1 to 0.005, which scales it down to about 1.023 tons. And we have also calculated the possible losses due to the feeding on by the farmer, because the farmer can also be feeding on those things. Will eat up. We have put possible losses and feeding on by the farmer to reduce it to about 1.1 ton. And if you sell this, and in about 6 months, from the vegetables, you'll be getting around 4 million in that space. But then we can scale this down to whatever size you want, because it depends on the size of the fish farm, the material you're going to use, and how large the piece of land is. Because someone can even do this in their living room, can just have a small section of their living room, have the fish there, and then something, and the plants growing on top. And also someone would want it big. So it depends on the size, and that would also mean the equipments we're using. So all that can be reduced. The values you saw there was for a 20 by 20, and the person gets around a profit of around 29 million after 6 months from the fish and this one. That is for the first installment.
All right, thank you. One other very quick one. Thanks for the answer. One other very quick one. Regarding the automation that you have done, it was a little bit difficult to separate out what you have done and what is prospective. So could you help us paint a picture, the prototype as you have it right now, how much automation is at work versus what you're going to do as follow-up to this?
Okay, according to the percentage of the automation we have at work, we are at a percentage of 80% because what you really have inside our farm, everything is working in perfect condition. The only thing we are looking at is at the future prospects where, for example, when the fish is inside the tank, we know the increase in the number of fish will also lead to the decrease in oxygen. So we are trying to improvise like oxygen sensors that will add more oxygen to the soil. Then, for example, we can't control other failures in the system. For example, it is automated, and then the farmer might be in the office. You might send your message, then the farm tells you there's this and this and this, but won't be able to tell you what the problem is. So in that way, we are looking at installing like a detection system that will tell you any system failure and send you the message telling you that, please, sir, you're having a system failure in your garden.
Sure.
And just to embark on that, onto our system, the way we have set it, we have placed our tank and the pipe that is bringing water from the tank to our fish pond, we have raised it a little bit higher, such that when the water from the tank is flowing inside the water, it creates bubbles. And we all know that when those bubbles are being created, they add on the oxygen concentration in the water.
Sure. I think our time is out. Just thought points for you. One, the audience would want to know which farmers are you targeting in this case? And then also two, briefly, you may not answer this, just thought points for you. Then two, we are working with illiterate farmers. Any plans for you to at least build their capacity around managing and cost controlling this farm? Just think about those. Don't answer them for now, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. These children are going to make us enjoy agriculture. Yes, I can see you smiling. So we are going back to the farm where you just use your remote, control the temperature, and then go into hydroponics, agroponics, all that. Next is the Iganga Secondary School. Iganga Secondary School, keep moving, coming this side majestically. As the Iganga comes, the next school, the next ICT club, get prepared, you're aware, getting closer to the control center there. Let's add them a hand clap. Iganga SS. Okay. Take over. We are using 10 minutes. The timer is there.
Good morning, everyone present. We are a team from Iganga Secondary School, and our project is Lighter. Lighter is basically an online shopping app that you can access through our website. So Ugandans today have actually started embracing online shopping, as you've seen through apps like Jumia, Gigi. So one may pose the question, why Lighter? That's an easy one, because we did our research and discovered that many students, actually very many students basically, around Uganda are victims of the challenge of heavy travel back to school. You know, students are seen reporting to school with several bags, boxes, mattresses, and like this challenge has really led to so many issues, like there's loss of property on the way for these students. And then there's high transport costs, because for all this extra luggage, you're going to be charged extra. There's also time wasted during shopping. I mean, you're moving from the market to the supermarket to the bookstore, so you waste a lot of time. And while wasting time, you may even find limited variety of items. There's also fatigue from last-minute shopping, because you know students usually shop in that last week or last 2-3 days to school. Our project is also in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, that is, SDG number 4, which is quality education. You know, by providing convenience to students, we enhance their access to quality education. There's also SDG number 5, which is gender equality. You know, girls have been looked at for years as being less intelligent than boys when it comes to ICT skills. But look at us. Don't we inspire you? A team of young girls. This project is literally our brainchild. And so by that, we are bridging the digital gender gap. There's also SDG number 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Through our innovation, we are joining the rest of the world in working towards achieving SDG number 9. Let me invite my colleague Alice to take us through our objectives.
So at LITER, we have objectives. We have a few things we aim to achieve. Number 1, we hope to ease the transportation of students to school. When you're going to school and you decide to carry your suitcase, you decide to carry your toilet bag, your jerry can, you're bound to either forget that toilet bag on your bed or leave the jerry can in a bus park as you're moving from one bus park to the other. So at LITER we say, carry your few luggage, carry your one bag, and let's take the rest of the requirements to your school. Number 2, we hope to provide quality goods to students. In the rush of shopping for school, none of us has the time to look at the expiry date, much less the brand. But at LITER we say, we link you, our customers, to our suppliers who are trusted, who have goods that have been registered. So we say you can access these quality goods with just one tap. Number 3, we hope to improve existing capabilities in the existing market. Like Amma said, yes, the online shops have been there. There is Jumia, there is Gigi. We are lucky as Uganda that we have them, and people have embraced the online shopping. However, as LITER, we are bringing something new. Yes, we are catering for strictly the students. Students can have an app that they can easily use, that they can easily access, and they can shop for their school. Number 4, we also hope to make the return to school a better experience. Yes, we all know when you're using public transport, you have to pay for like every space you take up. If your bag is taking up another seat, you are going to pay for it. But then at LITER, we're also saying, just give us a bit of that money. Let us school, and you can save the rest of your money for pocket money. I'll now call Percy to take us through the methodology.
Okay, thank you. So once we realized we wanted to make an app, we decided let's first take the easy step of making a website. So we decided on making the website using WordPress. So we downloaded WordPress, then installed its plugins. Simply the plugins were to help us implement the website. Then we uploaded the products. After research on the products students carry to school, since we're students, we had to go on asking every student what they take to school. After that, we tested the website using the local host, and when it was suitable, we bought a domain name from Enom that was literstore.com. So anyone with a smartphone right now, when you type in your browser literstore.com, you will definitely access it. After that, we hosted the website on the online web servers. Initially the idea is an app, so we use AppMaker to convert the website in an app. So once you click our website, you will find our apps there. You can get them on Google Play or App Store right now. After that, we made the social media links. We created a Twitter, a Telegram, everything. You can follow us when you go to our website. I'll invite Alice to come and take us through the challenges faced and the progress results.
The challenges and the progress results. Yes, we are happy to inform you guys that we have already registered some progress at LITER. Number 1, yes, the website is hosted. You can all access it at literstore.com. We made a few sales, and from these few sales, the feedback is positive. We are also glad to announce that we are in the process of registering our business with URA. And then challenges we faced: internet fluctuations, power fluctuation, unlimited time. We are students. We have a very fixed timetable. So the only time we have to move to the computer lab and work on this is during our break times and those other free times. However, sometimes we'll be disappointed to find that because it rained the whole day, you will not be able to download that image from the website, or because in between of the working, the power is cut, and then you have to wait for 5 seconds for the generator to turn on, and then the internet is again alternating. But I think the mere fact that we have a website and an app shows we were able to overcome these challenges. Let me call Percy to take us through the next part.
Okay, so the demo is here. So once you see it, please demo. So as you see, our website is secure. Your information is secure. This is the front page. Any product you would actually desire, shower gel, chocolate, Omo, the basic requirements. As you see, that is where you can get our apps. You can see that. Then let's take you on our website. It's not only plain. We have a chat bot. There, in case you're finding trouble getting what you want, you can click on the chatbot and you ask it directly. It's interactive. Then we have pages like About Us, Explore More. Explore More, we give you daily news, games, puzzles, such kind of stuff. Then you can contact us. Those give us the links to our different social media platforms. You can also create an account. So let's go to the shopping. So you can directly click on the item you want. The prices are included. Your work is just to tap on the different item you want. Then, if you find that you want some other item you're not getting, you can get it through the categories there, or you can use this other category that has anything you want. So we clicked on outfits. We got a sweater. We got a scarf. Basically, any item that you think you will want. Then you can proceed to the cart. Now at the cart, it shows you everything you've ordered for, the price. And it also has the space for you to add, in case you clicked on sweater, but you realize you needed to, you can always adjust that. It also has a place where you can change your settings. Maybe I want Igangeses or what. Then you can click us where you want the stuff to go. We also charge you a flat rate of 5,000 shillings. That is to enable us to transport the things to your school. Then as you're checking out, you can always click your information. It has to be perfect. You put your school information, your name, your email, and everything, so that everything is perfect. Then the checkout, we have different paying methods. You can pay Visa card, MTN, or cash on delivery. So when you choose any of that, you will send you an email confirming your request. And everything that you sent us will come to our email so that we have your order. Then I'll take you through our future prospects. So as later, we want to expand the website to more schools. Already, we are located in Iganga. So our neighboring schools, Buckley High School, Iganga Boys, have already embraced the idea. And soon, you all will be using Lighter to lighten your load. We want to add a transport feature. This one will enable you to order or book a bus ticket that will literally pick you at a bus stop and transport you to school. We also want to employ more people. Like I said, it's a business and it's expanding. It's only in Iganga and Jinja. Soon we want it to go to, I don't know, everywhere, nationwide. Sorry. Okay, we want to get, can I have more time, please? So in future, we want to get the app on Play Store and Apple Store. Basically, it's now on Google Play. The app is still going through progress and we're still editing it. But for now, it's there. But soon, we'll get it to Play Store and Apple Store. Then we want to engage and onboard several vendors. It's big, so we need more vendors. So we are going to employ you all. Then in conclusion, we believe with time, we shall overcome any challenge that might come in our way. With integrity, we are very bright girls. Flexibility, man, we are so flexible. And diligence and hard work. Okay, then we will definitely make your load lighter. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I have loved Lighter. You see, especially parents, for you may not know as children, but as parents, crossing from the old park to the new park, in between there's a very serious crisis. So I think it is already working. We pray that they continue to make it really something that we can really adopt, and we enjoy taking back children to school. Yes, as we continue, of course, we are going to use about 2-3 minutes to our judges to be able to give feedback, a question, or any piece of advice.
Okay, thank you so much, Laita. Interesting pitch. Just a quick one. I know your ambition is to, of course, cover the whole of Uganda, most likely all schools. Yeah, and I see Jumia is your competitor in the making. Yeah, so any uniqueness you think Laita has over Jumia, you can please mention that. How unique are you from Jumia in any way? Even if it's only one small thing, what's that thing you could say Laita can beat Jumia on?
Okay, I think Alice should answer that, please.
Anything we have that is better than Jumia. First of all, I'll start with the fact that I mentioned Jumia was there, but now we are catering for only students. We believe the return to school for all students should not be with a sad face. Education is such a beautiful service. We should all report to school with smiles. So we are bringing these goods to your requirements. Those things they won't let you enter school without. We don't want you to lose them on your way there. So let's bring them to your school. I think we are better than Jumia in that way.
To add more on that, we are students. So unlike Jumia, we know what students want. We know what students take. So definitely, we are better than Jumia in that way.
All right, thanks so much, the team from Iganga. It's very impressive that you have very strong business mindsets at this level. You should be very proud of yourselves. And thanks for taking this on. Rather than a question, I just want to hear how you think this is how you're going to grow this out. So specifically speaking to the fact that one, your students, like you said, you have very strong restrictions around what you can actually do. And again, what kind of response are you getting from the school administration regarding taking this forward? And how do you anticipate dealing with that, especially as you scale out and the heterogeneity of what you're going to encounter in the different schools? Thank you.
Yes, you asked how are we going to grow these? How we are going to manage it since we are in school. I'll start with the lesser bit. We are about to get out of school. But also, like we said, we intend to work mainly with the suppliers. First of all, if you're talking about the school administration, ours is really embracing this. Our students will be the first to start with this. Then also, our website works with other students' administrations. We don't want to be those people that are bringing in the illegals. No. We want to work with your school administration. But most importantly, it's the suppliers. We connect you, our customers, to the suppliers. So it's the suppliers to bring you the things. That's why we are letting it be gradual on expansion. Because now we have the suppliers around Iganga. We do not need to be there. The suppliers, we are partnering with the suppliers. So the suppliers bring you the things. Yes, that's why we are letting it grow. We're giving ourselves time. It will grow. It will grow.
Yes, thank you so much, Iganga. I don't know if you have any questions from audience.
Yes, there is that one question. Go ahead.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just have a few questions for you. Good afternoon once again. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I'm Gladys Natseka by names. So what happens if my luggage is misplaced? Just in case I made a mistake and I ordered for lighter store when I was home using my phone, but now I'm on my way to school and lighter store, it's lighter store, right? Lighter store is in charge of my luggage, so I want by the time I get to school, my luggage is there. So what happens when it's misplaced because my phone is home and I'm not allowed to have a phone at school? And also, have you put into consideration the fact that students are not allowed to have phones?
Thank you. So your first question is, what happens if my luggage is misplaced? So are you asking on the basis that you don't know how they're going to reach at school, right? Okay, the thing is, our provision is to make an order 3 days to reporting day to school. So within 3 days, your order will reach school 3 days to opening day. So there is no way your things are going to be misplaced. Beside that, we always have our data is stored on our server. So once you make your order, we shall get let's say like a shopping list. So we'll get your shopping list, say you're called Jane. So Jane, you'll enter our data and we'll know that Jane has ordered these things. So we shall package Jane's things and the people who are delivering them to school will not be able to misplace them. The other question was, have you put into consideration that students don't have phones in school? You do not shop while at school. You shop when you are at home. And your parent too can shop from home, then bring the things to school. You do not need to shop while at school. And maybe for more information, Alice.
I also want to add, maybe you missed it, but I said we work with the administration. We know we are handling your school requirements. So we work with the administration, make them aware. We are bringing in the students' requirements. So we are also making it aware that we are supposed to be held accountable. If you have any problem with your luggage, you're not finding it, the shoe doesn't fit, please report us to the teacher. Report us. We shall bring those things.
Okay, thank you so much, Gangeses, for that presentation. Let's give them the last hand clap. Yes, and...
before we go, could we make a slight introduction? Shiba, Praise, Harry. Okay, I'll go first. Nahmita Perskovia. I'm the senior web designer.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Excuse me, just a second. Your time is really up. So, can you
just mention the name and move?
Just mention.
I am Isiko Brita, the secretary.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alice Tusubira. I'm in charge of marketing, security, and appearance.
And I'm Nadlumansi Ama Cynthia, and I work with Alice in marketing, appearance, and security. Thank you.
Namko Seshiba Ahlam, the assistant web designer.
My name is Kintu Praise Tagonza. I'm the assistant web designer.
All right, well done, Igange says. Maybe to say something brief about, you saw her with the phone. Actually, UCC provides to each ICT club 2 smartphones, Samsung type, some of the best ones. So every club which is on board is given that, and they can use them for their innovations. All right. Next on stage is Ntare School. Yes, Ntare has a gentleman as they move majestically. They also have a wonderful innovation, which I'm sure you like it. You like it, and it may even help you to go back into another career. Ntare School, are you presenting from there? Just to introduce the team, can we have maybe 2 members here? Ntare School, you are most welcome.
Yes. Testing, testing. Okay. Oh, you have some. Okay. You see what I just did right now, eh? I ate a carrot. I think almost all of us can do this right now. I mean, we have the luxury of stepping outside, you pick a fruit, pick an apple, pick a mango, eat it, and life goes on. But let's look at the facts we have right now. As we speak right now, population is increasing heavily at a very exponential rate. I mean, 81 million people are added on Earth every day. 81 million people are added on Earth. And what will these people be doing? I mean, they have to eat, right? We are humans. You can't live without eating. What else are we seeing? Global warming is becoming a problem day by day. I mean, 2020 was the hottest year ever recorded on Earth. Can you imagine? 2020. Hottest year ever recorded. And years are still coming up. Global warming is still coming up. And the rates are not reducing. I mean, global warming is not going anywhere. Ahomzo Skajonet is my name, from Ntare School. Let me tell you a story, a very short story. This story is about a young girl called Evelyn. Evelyn is a girl with big dreams. You know, she wants to achieve very many. But this young girl, Evelyn, is down there at home, seated. Evelyn has spent 24 hours without eating a single piece of food. She's seated down there looking at the saucepans, all cold and empty. There is no food. The mother is seated, no food. The dad is standing, watching, looking at poor young Evelyn and her siblings. I mean, they have no food. They've spent 24 hours without eating. Just the thought of it gives me tears. And then the dad is asking himself a question. Where is the food going to come from? Will I get the money? Even if I get the money, will I afford the food? Will the food be there? I mean, there are so many problems affecting the food supply we have right now. Put me the problems, Alvin. We have seasonal changes. Global warming is a problem. Seasonal changes. The rains are scattered. The rains are harsh. We have pests and diseases. We have laziness and ignorance by the youth to engage in agriculture. We have drought. We have limited land for cultivation in urban areas. I mean, urbanization is going everywhere, and land is becoming more expensive day by day. Property price index of 2020 states that it's increasing at a 9% rate. We have natural calamities. We have high degrees of conservatism. With all these problems, global warming, population increase, Ntare School presents mitigation for the food supply.
So how are we fronting mitigation, you might ask? We are fronting mitigation through UpFarm. What is UpFarm? UpFarm is an eco-friendly, self-sustainable way of growing crops in a controlled environment. UpFarm uses water, which is pumped through pipes that run through the entire structure, and the water is got from underground, meaning that we can actually grow crops in desert areas. Imagine. In desert areas, we can grow crops throughout the year. Also, it's going to be enclosed. It's going to be an enclosure, meaning we're going to need light, because crops need light and warmth to grow. We are going to use LEDs to supply this light, which will be artificial for the crops to grow. Also, we are going to Also, the whole system is smart. It's smart in a sense that it uses monitoring systems to monitor the heat levels and the moisture levels, which are connected to clear interface systems, which can be monitored on your phone wherever you are, which means you can do this from wherever you are. So I want to talk about the benefits of UpFarm. UpFarm is self-sustainable. UpFarm looks at maximizing land. Land is scarce. So what are we doing? We are growing upwards. We are going to grow upwards. It's revolutionary, honestly, because if we can grow upwards, it means in 1 acre of land, you can plant what you could have planted on 5 acres, meaning, well, okay, yeah. Then there's a maximization of output. Output is going to be maximized because if you are planting an open space, there are so many things that will affect your crops. There are the pests and diseases, there are the natural calamities that are unpredictable, and there's the global warming that we're stressing that will continue to reduce. Maybe if you are going to get 100% of your yields, you may get 40%. But in this enclosure, we are going to target at least 90% because we are going to be protecting these crops from all these things nature has to offer. Then there's a consistent supply. The crops can be grown throughout the year. Then there is the fact that we're also going to reduce the chain of supply because these things can be set up in urban areas, meaning the cost of production will reduce, prices will reduce. We are looking to tackle the SDGs, number 1, zero poverty, 2, zero hunger, 7, affordable and clean energy. Then there's industry, innovation, and infrastructure, which is number 9. And then there is their life on land, which is number 15. I am Gabriano Rodney, and head on to the demonstration.
Hello. So, first of all, I would like to present a question. Does anyone know why leaves are green? Or some are red, or some are brown? Does anyone know? It's a simple question. I'm going to have Rakakega to present to you the biological part. So, please slide. So, everyone knows photosynthesis. Our project is focusing mainly on farming. So, photosynthesis is also needed. So, photosynthesis is a production of food by plants themselves. So, they need carbon dioxide and water. But to join those two elements, they need energy, which is light energy. And as they have already told you, they're going to be supplied energy by these LEDs. And as you can see, there are blue LEDs and red LEDs. Why do you think we use such things? So the reason they are blue and red are only two. The reason why they're blue and red is due to the following. So as you can see by that graph, the absorbance spectrum by the green plants is technically 400 to 500 nanometers for one of the types of chlorophyll known as chlorophyll A, which absorbs about 5%, and then 600 to 700 by chlorophyll B, which is, should I say, an additive to the chlorophyll. And since, for those who understand physics a lot, we know that the lower the frequency, the lower the wavelength, the higher the frequency. So technically, what that graph is showing you that the blue is more needed than the red. So the plant itself knows that, so it has another pigment known as the carotenoids. The carotenoids are responsible for converting that red spectrum, basically the chlorophyll A, to the chlorophyll, basically from chlorophyll B to chlorophyll A, as you can see. Moving on to the water consumption of our project. Of the 100% water that you are going to give your soil, the plant will absorb 90% of that. Of course, the remaining 10% will vaporize out, blah, blah. So the 90% absorbed by the water, only 1% is used by photosynthesis. Only 1%, and the rest is transpired. Thank you. Joshua?
My name is Asimwe Joshua, Form 6, Ontario School. So I'm going to talk about all these fancy electronics that are here. First of all, they talked about the LEDs. These are LEDs, they provide light and provide heat at the same time. They have a strip that provides heat. This heat increases the temperatures, which temperatures are recorded by a thermostat. So if the camera could get the thermostat here, it's what regulates the temperatures. It's a W1209 thermostat. So when temperatures rise, because plants basically need 21.111 degrees Celsius for photosynthesis, for growth, basically. That's 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So, after the temperatures and all that, we talk about the water. The water is going to be got from underground to a reservoir tank, from the reservoir tank to the plants. Then from the plants, it's drained to another tank here. So the nutrients are going to actually be recycled, and the water is going to be recycled. It's a cycle. So basically, we are minimizing use of water. You get? We are not going to have to fetch water every now and then. The water that is going to be inside here is going to be reused every now and then. After that, we have an air conditioning system. This air conditioning system is used for circulating the heat within, from the bulbs to the plants, and also circulating the carbon dioxide. What has happened is, this system is supposed to be enclosed away from Mother Nature. It's open, the temperatures have been set to 27 because we can't control the temperatures of this room, as I can say. When it's closed, inside, the temperatures are supposed to be constantly 21.1, not above that. So, thank you very much. This is a reservoir tank, this is a solar panel. We're using green energy, basically. Yeah.
So as Joshua summarizes, I'll do the last brief, then we go to the business model by Alvin. The pump here you have is supposed to be used for irrigation. So since we are running out of time, they're going to play a demonstration video as Alvin is giving us the business model. Then what Joshua could have forgotten is these fans also circulate carbon dioxide and heat. The idea is that the whole structure is enclosed and can be placed anywhere. So Alvin, give us the business model.
Excuse me?
Yes.
I'm giving you 1 minute to wrap up on that and we'll get into the questions.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Alvin Aaron. Let's talk business. As a project, UpFarm, we are targeting large organizations such as the World Health Organization, the World Food Program, and our own home government, because this is a project that can actually be largely set up, and such a kind of project is actually feasible to be set up in any kind of place, because considering we have pumps that actually drain water from underground, this water is actually recycled, and this can actually even be self-sustained in a desert, considering we are using solar energy that is always there, and two, the vegetables that we're actually growing are highly marketable. Because this is food, come on. Who actually doesn't want food? Is anyone going to miss lunch today? So food is highly marketable. This is something that is going down, but even considering for places such as these that are actually in cities, this is actually marketable to people that want to set it up here, because I can set it up on probably a floor that will be added on this building. This is something that can be grown fully indoors, and actually when you get to realize that you're cutting down the supply chain, you know you're actually reducing the cost of food, and that means you're actually even covering some of the SDGs that we're actually talking about. Two, we're maximizing yields, considering we are cutting off Mother Nature, only using the sunlight and water, and all these other conditions are kept constant. Unlike too low, you can actually increase the heat. You can increase the amount of light these plants are getting. You can actually know when there is no water or how much water is there. And above all this, I believe...
Wonderful presentation. We now have time for questions from judges and maybe a question from the audience.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was a good presentation. Could you be having the cost structure of how much it takes to set up that small thing, or maybe a meter squared? Then also, do you have anything like unit economics? I just need to know how easy is it for me to have a copy of that thing? How expensive or how cheap is it?
One can actually afford.
Yes. If I'm to give a quick approximation of trays, lights, it is.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the audience?
Okay, you put up your hand first. The gentleman. Rogers, give him a mic.
Give him this one. It's here.
Maybe you can speak. Use your natural voice as the mic comes.
Yes. 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 Okay. Rodney, tell them about the market, the target market that we have. Yes.
The question is clear. They have got it.
We have gotten the question.
Don't ask again. The question is clear.
Okay, I answer, you answer.
You know the answer.
Let me answer.
Reducing chain of supply.
Okay. The answer is quite simple. We gave it in the advantages. We said we're reducing the chain of supply. The moment the chain of supply is reduced, it means that prices are equally going to be reduced. As I said, if he gets the money, will he be able to afford the food? Will the food even be there? So the fact that we are making consistent production of food, we are tackling the issue of will the food be there? Then the chain of supply being reduced will make the question of will I afford it also answered. You get? That's how the story came relevant in our construction.
I wanted to say, I do electrical engineering.
Yes.
If you do, I don't know how much power your system takes.
Yes.
You are talking about economics. You are talking about inclusive digital transformation.
Yes.
If you take the cost of power, I don't know what kind of crop the person is going to grow. You need to return on your investment.
So, talking about power, we are using solar energy, basically. But as per now, we don't have an inverter. And I very well know most of you have not seen a small inverter, a really small inverter. So, we don't have an inverter we are using solar energy, basically. That's for the big project. Also, this is using solar energy. There's a battery, 12 volts. 12 volts is powering the fans, the thermostat, the LEDs, basically. We need an inverter, which is supposed to be there. So, those LEDs can work on the solar system. They can work with solar. You get? They're not these strong ones which produce a lot of heat. The ones of 100 watts, which cannot work with solar. So this is compatible with solar energy. So basically, we are using green energy.
And a supplement, you might ask a question, why are we running away from the sun? You might be like, the sun is cheaper. Why do we have to get LEDs? Mind you, there is global warming. Temperatures are harsh. There are so many things in Mother Nature which are harsh. Winds will come, rain will come, which you can't control. So enclosing it in this structure gives you the ability to make it controllable. And on top of that, it's consistent. Consistent.
Okay, thank you so much. By name, I'm called Fatima Yakub Sharafeddin, a student of SEDAT. I'm doing electrical engineering year 3. I've liked your innovation, but my concern is, since you're using solar, and we very well know that solar, there is intermittence. Now, in case solar is not there, what other supportive equipments are you having to support this system? And for you are targeting the world, and we know that even in some parts of the world, we don't even see sunshine. How are you going to handle that? Thank you.
Just one word.
Should I answer? Okay, I'll answer. Different forms of electricity.
Go ahead and respond.
To answer your question, depending on the type of place we're actually setting this up in, it depends on what is the form of energy, the cheapest source of, because if you go to Ginger, the cheapest source of energy there is actually the electrical energy because it's generated there. But for an area that actually does not receive sunlight, if you find it uses hydro, because this can actually be set up on water.
If you go to Antarctica,
yes. And in Antarctica, they use hydro. Or you can actually use geothermal energy, depending on where it actually is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I think our time is up. Let's give them a mighty hand clap. Yes, thank you, Ntare. Yes, I've liked the way you're saying It's a hobby. You are going to make us like agriculture, and you are going to make the figures go up a bit, because statistics say agriculture employs 78%. But I think when we bring in such innovations, we may go to 90 or 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the second last. Let me take this opportunity to invite the next school, that is St. Henry's College, Kitovu. Yes, St. Henry's College, Kitovu. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. St. Henry's College, Kitovu participated in the competitions in the Central Region, and they took the second position. Very innovative young men, very smart. And also, as they come, take note that these are the two schools, St. Mary's College Kisubi and St. Henry's Kitovu, are the schools of Brothers of Christian Instruction. Take the floor. St. Henry's College Kitovu, take the mic and introduce the project.
Yes. A very good afternoon to us all. Dear brethren, my name is Nwama Mcha Evans, and I'm a student at St. Henry's College, Kitovu. Now, we want to take note and actually embrace the fact that a school is a place where people from very different areas meet. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, may we learn that the hardest thing to prepare for is a reporting debt, like he said, that the parents actually know how much more painful it is to prepare for the reporting debt. And in as much as this looks like a collision, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would love to introduce to you Vimbo Scholar. It is an online shopping system, dear ladies and gentlemen, but a vast system, dear ladies and gentlemen. Now, we must acknowledge that for a student traveling from Lira to Masaka, dear ladies and gentlemen, may face a lot of hardships looking for these items, all in vain, using a lot of time, transporting them, damaging and losing some of these items. Then, what could be the best solution to this, dear ladies and gentlemen? May we learn that if it only took a few minutes to actually set up the system, dear ladies and gentlemen, if it actually took a very, very few minutes, sit back at the comfort of your home, click this and that, and have the items here. Now, this year's theme is to transform through innovation. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you that at St. Henry's College, Kitovu, we are not going to transform. We have actually revolutionized school shopping. We have actually changed the whole concept. What if you sit back down there and wait, dear ladies and gentlemen? Now, the more interesting bit of it is that you do not have to only buy. The concept of Vimbo Scholar is to make the students earn. We are creating a market. This is quite interesting. We are going to make you the seller of these items. I have seen people eating carrots. I have seen people targeting the World Health Organization here. Yeah, it's quite impressive, encouraging. Please keep it up. But where are you going to sell these things? This is the platform, dear ladies and gentlemen. We have brought the market in your palm. Whatever you want to sell, whatever you're making. The more interesting bit of it is that we are not only selling physical properties. As you will see in the near future, even the digital properties are being sold. So writers, this is the best chance. Please keep up the art. And I want to assure you that at the end of the day, we are becoming rich. We are becoming rich. Now, like I told you, if you only sat down and made a few clicks, and that is the end of it, then the concept of being the seller is when you are a vendor, when you register as a vendor on our system. Yes, Carrot Man, this is a very impressive project. So, please, you can register it down. How is the UNEP going to access your website? Because I've told you that You can even sell digital items. So what if we work with UNEB before you do? What if UNEB must use our system? That means they will have to buy off you that system you have designed, and that will be made best convenient when they use our system. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would love to invite the next speaker to take you through.
A good morning to you all. My name is Chisembo Alan, 5 Mathematics, doing PEM. And I'm going to take you through the benefits of using Vimbo Scholar, our platform. One of them is market. We are creating market for our fellow students. For example, why would I support someone else, yet my fellow student is making the items that you sell on our platform, like books, folder files, and many others. We create market for our fellow students, they make money out of it. Like next time, I'll just wake up, tell my mom, I don't need your pocket money, I already have. And as my dad says, a happy mom is a happy world. Another one is employment. At Vimbo Scholar, it's like a community. Teachers, students, and parents. We create employment for these people. They work for us as, for example, delivery personnel, distributors, our procurement officers. And they can make money through using our platform. Another benefit is skills. At Vimbo Scholar, we currently have a program where we teach our fellow students to make basic items, production of basic items, like books. Now imagine you learn from us how to make the item, then sell on our platform. You're making money. Another benefit is it saves time. Normally, it takes me about 3 to 4 days to do my shopping. But with Vimbo Scholar, we can compress all this into about 4 minutes. Sit back and relax, do something more productive. Just like any other startup, Vimbo Scholar is facing a number of challenges. One of them is startup capital. For those of you who own startups here, you know, without startup capital, we're not going to take any big steps with our system. So we are facing a challenge of startup capital that you would use to set up necessary infrastructure, for example, warehouses and buy delivery trucks. In addition, there's internet access. Earlier on, Dr. Sin was talking about a situation where in some areas, people can't even access internet of 2G. And Vimbo Scholar is an online shopping system. So without internet, there's no way someone is going to use our platform. Another challenge is storage facilities. A student purchases items in the holiday, and at the moment, we don't have, let me say, proper areas where to store these items before the reporting date. Another challenge is being students. We are students managing the whole system, operating all its tasks, and currently, we also have to devote some time to our academics, and it's really a big challenge. I'll now invite the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for presenting. My name is Katenda Augustine, the Chief Finance and Procurement. You know, Vimbo Scholar is a growing system, is a growing platform, and we have future prospects. Among these is expanding our system to various schools and adding various items to our system. As most of you start interacting with our system, you're going to observe that the items that are on our system, they are a target to a boys' school. We intend to add various items on our system. For example, perfume for ladies. So we also intend to expand our system to various schools, and we look forward to all the schools that are currently at this session to be ambassadors of our system. We also intend to standardize our platform into a fully functional unit, whereby we are going to employ professionals like accountants, technical people like engineers that are going to help us to maintain and run the system as we are at school. We also intend to produce 40% of the items that are on our system. For example, we can produce items like books, spring files, and other items. We intend to start up factories that are going to produce some of these items on our system. And this is going to improve the welfare of the business and also the people that are on the system. Allow me to invite Kevin Moses to take us through how the system actually works. Thank you a lot for listening.
Yes. Yes, dear ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the revolution. We have revolutionized school shopping. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let's pay attention. Yeah. It's going to be a win-win for all of us. We are going to teach you to make these items, and you are still going to sell these items on our system. This is very interesting. I know, it's okay. You can go on, clap. It's okay. It's okay, feel free. I know, please, I want to assure you. Yeah? And besides, you've not seen nothing. He is bringing it.
Yeah, so as you can see on our platform, for people who want to follow along the process, our URL is vimboscholar.com. You can type it in all your devices and you can follow along the process. So what we are going to demonstrate today is a demonstration of how our system works. For example, if a student wants to make a shopping. So for example, you proceed to, I'm first going to invite one of the judges to take the position in front, and Mujisha Evans, the man with the phone on the other side, is the one going to take you through the ordering process. So one of the judges can volunteer in the demo to participate as a student. So thank you for taking responsibility. So now we are going to start the full shopping order. We are going to demonstrate to you how it would work in real life. First of all, like you know, he's a new student. He has to first create an account. Yeah, so when you go to our website, you just proceed to, you come to register. Now register, they give you two options. You can register or log in if you already have an account. Now what they are doing right now, they are creating an account on our platform. Now, what's going to happen after creating an account, the student will now be able to access our panel and can continue to the ordering process. Now, as they are creating an account, let me take you through how our system actually works. So this is our homepage with various categories of items that we offer. Best-selling items, and then future updates about our system, because we also give news about what's happening in schools. Yeah, so when you come down here, you also see some of the latest items and any other thing that is on our platform. Now, what you are going to do, on the other far left that you're seeing there, the gentleman with the mask that has raised up the arm, he's going to take the position as a vendor. Now, our platform empowers students. So that person you're seeing there is going to take the responsibility of a student trying to sell items at school. Now, what if I want to locate his store? You just come to vendors. Under vendors, it will show you the multiple stores that are on our platform. So there are quite many people who sell on our platform. Like I have already told you, in our school, St. Henry's College, Kitovu. Okay. Yeah, so these are some of the people who sell items on our platform. And for this case, he's taking the role of Vimbo store. He's the one responsible for Vimbo. Now, like I told you, for us, we empower students. Of course, now you proceed to their store and check out the items that that store has to offer. Now, once that is done, maybe internet challenges, but it's going to load. What you will see from there, you will see some of the items that the person, that vendor is selling, and we can proceed.
Maybe, excuse me. So, during the questioning time, we are going to get to the questions. You can be able to show us some other features.
Yeah, so okay, for demonstration purposes, we have some pictures that I can show in explanation for this. So finally, it has loaded, but this is simply a store for that student. Now we are going to do a simple, just one or two items, not the whole shopping list, just two items as we conclude. So you proceed to, you come to the different categories that we offer. For example, you are going to order snacks. You just click on snacks. They will give you all the items under snacks. Let's say the student is interested in buying a few snacks. Now, you proceed to snacks and choose the items that you want. Let's say the student is interested in buying the Sam's Gonja crisps. Quick view, check out the item. Is it the one you want? Is it the right price that you want? Once you're confident that's the item that you want, you can add maybe 2 packets and add to cart. So once that's done, like I told you, I'm going to order a few items. we are going to order the last item. Like magic, automatically it's added to the shopping list, and they have told you that the item has been added successfully. So you proceed to adding the other item. For example, lastly, let me add, let's say, some potato crisps. Yeah, after adding, let's say, that item, I can also do the same process. I can take in the number of items that I want by adding here. So once that is done, I can add to cart. Let me say that's my full shopping list, and they are telling me that all these items have been bought from Vimbo vendor, Vimbo store. So you're like you can see someone is already creating market for the other student, the other side. So once that is done, the student can proceed to check out and put in the required credentials so the items can be packaged. Like you can see, these are the items the student has ordered. They can put the address where they want to go. For example, like...
Thank you, Kitovu. Time is up. You'll respond to some issues during the question time.
Okay.
Yeah, at least members are following, those who have already logged in. Maybe some members have already bought. Yeah, question time.
Yes, thank you so much, Central Municipal Kitovu. A quick one. You already have a competitor, which is lighter. That is Iganga. Yeah, girls. So what uniqueness do you have with your platform compared to theirs? Then two, when a student places their order, who makes the delivery? Are you only connecting the buyers to the sellers? Who handles the logistics bit of it all?
I will answer your first question, and you'll answer the second one. So, for lighter, yes, one, we can sell lighter on our system. Then two, our system is, you can sell, like we told you, you can be a vendor. Two, on our system there is a wallet, which they do not, I'm sorry. On our system there is a wallet, which means that even during the course of the term, you can do the shopping. Three, lighter will be lighter on our system. Thank you. Then that's...
Okay, maybe I can take the position to answer some of the questions.
So maybe a much better question would be, what is the difference, right? Between your system and theirs? What is your competitive advantage?
Okay.
And the answer is not selling their product on your platform.
Hey,
so give a proper answer to the question. Thank you.
Yeah. In terms of difference, okay, like in marketing, there's what they call competitive advantage. Our system, though you haven't seen it clearly, like totally how it works, for us, ours is not just selling to students. For us, we create an opportunity where people can also participate in the selling process. So we have various students at our school. Let's say someone may not actually want to be like a buyer, but they have some items they can sell to fellow students. Our system does that. That's the difference between Leica and ours. I think they are the vendors, I think, in that case, the way they explained. For us, we give opportunity for other people to also sell. Now, for us, what we do, we also handle the marketing and management. So the logistics of the business, we handle, but all the other things are done by the other students through creating market for them. Now, because you are not able to see the whole system, we compile the folder of images that show how our system works. You can allow us to take you through very fast the images. You may actually get to know the system better. Like you can see, it's already displaying there.
Okay.
They can help us project it here.
For the interest of time, you can go to the next question, which was asked.
So the second?
Yes, how do you handle the logistics bit of it all? Who does the delivery?
Yeah, we actually do the delivery. So once those items have been bought, they are sent, the vendor receives the message on their email. They package the items. The money doesn't even go to them. It goes to us. So they package the items, bring them to us. Then for us, we already have the order there. We can package it, give the vendor their money. After some time, then the student can come and pick items from us. Now that's how we do the delivery.
Okay, so give me an example of the cost of delivery for any journey. Imagine it's a student from Kitovu ordering from maybe a town nearby. You can give an example how much that will cost.
Yeah, for example, for us, the costs we calculate in our business, they are the costs because the items that are bought on our platform, we don't outsource them from very far. we look through the local wholesalers and we buy the items that are closest to our school. So then we carry the items and bring them to school. So we don't have to go into the logistics of having to go maybe to Kampala. A student from Kampala studying from Masaka, we also buy the items from Masaka and deliver to their school. So our system gives that opportunity that he just comes to school in a convenient way without actually having to struggle.
Okay, thank you so much. A brief one from the panel. The panel needs to know, how can you collaborate with Lighter? Are there any opportunities for collaboration?
Yeah, we're actually happy to collaborate with them because we are from different regions. Okay. And like we told you, our system is about creating this thing to work. Right. We are not interested actually in maybe being the best one to see this thing working in schools.
Are you going to collaborate with them on?
Yeah, we are going to collaborate them. We can separate regions. We can work on the same platform, but different regions managing under the same management. We can work with them.
All right, thank you so much. Over to audience.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge, for those nice questions. You see, you have brought them from competition to collaboration. And that is one of the 21st century skills. Yes, thank you so much, Kitovu, for that wonderful presentation. And I think now we are moving to the next presentation. You can now move and take your seats.
We are requesting for just 2 minutes to take you through the things. If
No. I think we shall have, maybe you can have an interaction after this event. But we have had your time.
Sure, thank you so much. A round of applause for the team.
Thank you. Thank you, Kitovu, for that wonderful work. All right, next on the stage is the last ICT club. That is none other than Torogalo School. Torogalo's move faster. Members, can we give a hand clap to Torogalo's? Yes. There are people who have moved a long distance also. Okay.
Yes, Judge Alan helped us go through an ordering where we ordered a few things, and I would love to show you that the system works. So we are going to deliver what he ordered.
Okay. So delivery is going on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, I wish I had also ordered.
Thank you for showing.
All right.
Thank you for delivery.
Yeah, thank you for delivering. No cost of delivery. Perfect. You see, pragmatism. We like things which work instantly. Okay, now let's have Torogals on the stage to take us through their innovation, and after that, we shall go for the next item, which I'm sure you are all aware of and anxiously waiting.
Hello, everyone. This is Torogal School ICT project. I'm Lakisa Grace Okot. Before me here are Pero Sumaya, Amoit Miriam Ebot, Asio Patience, and Sarah Jessica. So this is the ICT project, Torogal School. We are going to take you through what it's about. We're going to take you through the introduction, the problem statement, and the following. So, Tower TV UG, the best for you. We must note that whenever we say the word ICT, there is a bias towards the word technology. But we are the 3 letters that brought us here, the I. So we communicate with the world through providing them valuable information by use of technology. That is through our webpage, our YouTube channel, and Facebook page. As Tower TV, we have noticed a gap in information flow from the content providers to the content receivers, especially the younger youth. You see, yesterday during the panel, they noted a problem of mindset, attitude. When was the last time, may I ask any of you a question, when you were 16 or 17 years old, did you sit with your parents in the living room to watch 9 o'clock news without actually complaining, Daddy, now again, Daddy, you want to watch your program, they're boring you with news. Why? Because you expect to see a 35-year-old plus, 45-year-old plus lady or gentleman with a boring, eloquent British, Ugandan English accent telling you about a broken road somewhere, a broken bridge, people burning up streets, oh, people power, something like that. the youth, there is a lessening enthusiasm among the youth, the younger generation, to get this news that is very valuable for them. As a young person, it can be intimidating to speak up in a group of adults. So the youth, they tend to have this stereotype that, the only people supposed to give us information are the adults, and to hell with them. They no longer want that news. That's where Tower TV comes in. So we, as Tower TV, build a bridge in that gap. We ensure there is consistent information flow from the providers to the receivers, especially our target, the younger youth. You see them seeing a younger and more familiar generation on screen, that is us, the students. It isn't their zeal, their desire to acquire this information. So Tower TV has developed a platform that engages the youth and gives them a voice to air out their views, regardless of age, experience, economic status. I mean, look at us. We barely earn a coin, but here we are inspiring the youth. Now, SDGs, Standard Development Goals. The Standard Development Goals were launched by the United Nations in about 2018, but I can bet you over 50% of the net population don't know about the Standard Development Goals. If I can randomly pick someone here to explain at least 5 with each of their, just 5 only. Can anyone get up? 5, no breaking, no nothing. You understand exactly what they mean. Anyone? Yeah, I guess that. So now, guess how many youth outside there do not even know we have development goals going on. Tower TV UG acts as a partner. Standard Development Goal number 17, partnership for the goals. We as Tower TV are a partner to you, our dear judges, to the United Nations, without them knowing it, to disseminate this important information. It's not only critical and crucial, but urgent. You see, these youth are the biceps and brains to development. And if we don't get them involved in this process, they should. What's development? And how shall we take a step towards it? But first, I might ask a question. Our dear judges, our dear audience, everybody here, what is development without communication? What is development without information? Technology is good, but how are the people, the youth, going to know about it? Tower TV UG comes in for that. So you come. Oh, okay, so about our company. We began in 2019, so we are not just beginning, no, we have been there. We began in 2019 in November with a group of students who are just enthusiastic about doing what they love. Then they later realized that this idea grew into something big. We could change the world a mind at a time, a youth at a time, to take a step towards this development we are all advocating for. Tower TV UG. You see, yesterday during the conference, one of our panelists said Makerere University is thinking about developing a digital TV. Guys, we are already here. What are you looking for?
Indeed. So we as Tower TV have a mission, and that is to strive to become a self-sustaining media enterprise, offering video production facilities and related media resources and training for the youth and entire public. And with this mission, we intend to produce a well-funded media personnel to serve the public with quality information.
So as Tower TV, we have where we started from, birth of the idea. We started Tower TV by first reading news to the school, using papers, and then we realized we could actually record this information and air to them on a projector. So that's how we started.
The part of digitalization, we realized the reading of news on assemblies was only covering the school at large, so we came up with the idea of creating a YouTube page and a YouTube channel and a Facebook page to increase on our audience.
Then we brought about diversification of content. We started by first only news, but then we diversified the content. Anything happens, we brought interesting topics. Students get to discuss, they get to interview people.
We came up with the idea of creating a website. This was after we realized that though the YouTube channel and the Facebook page were covering an audience, we realized that the website would cover a wider audience than what the YouTube page, the YouTube channel and the Facebook page were doing.
Okay, so we involve ourselves in various activities. I'll just do this very fast. First, we have interviews here with our different reporters on ground. They get to ask people their opinions and information on matters arising. News anchoring, we have a student, or I should say a younger youth, sitting behind the desk to read news to people. We have activism. Here, our talented students with not only creative but educative ideas get to air out their powerful information to the public by use of skits, plays, as a form of advocating for human rights, for gender equality, for education, and so on. Then we have social talk shows. Here we have our students actually sit on a panel. Then they discuss many issues of national interest. So as Tower TV, we, however, also have our limitations. We have to hire a camera to do what we do. We don't have time to do what we do. We don't have a permanent workspace being students in school. Creating and hosting a more efficient website. Yes, we do have a website, but we hope to create a more efficient one. Then close our social media, Easy Facebook, which was one of our disseminating points. Tower TV also has future prospects. We target to purchase our own gadgets, to start a podcast, to set up a studio, monetize our content. That is on YouTube. If we hit 1,000 viewers and 4,000 watch hours, we get paid. Then also to develop a modern and efficient website. That's what our technical lady will take you through quickly. Let's wrap up the slides to her part, then we shall come back to Pero, whoever is on the slides. Okay, so this is a proposed budget: branding, hosting, uploading, news and covering, editing. It's a TV. TV needs money. And you see, we need your help, Bambi. It's just a dream, but with your help, it can come true, right? Okay, so let me first invite our technical lady to take us through. Let's forward the slides, whoever is on. So when she takes us through, we shall come back to Pero. Take us back to her. Yes, the project preview.
Good afternoon, everyone. So she earlier mentioned that we have a web page, a Facebook page, and then a YouTube channel. The web page was supposed to be built using the HTML, HTTPS, and CSS languages. However, these are being used. However, these are still being learned. So we decided to use WordPress, since WordPress was easier and much faster. This is the YouTube channel, as you can see, with the Tower TV, and the best for you, that is our slogan. It is indeed the best for you. We have 584 subscribers on YouTube, together with the 70+ videos. On the website, as you can see, this is when we were in Ginger during the regionals, and that's us. It has the header, the best for you, again, our slogan. We have a home tab, a home link, our blog, and the contact us page. It's still in the building phase, so we might add more pages. A few videos to show you what we do. The internet could be a little slow. So you see, this is the kind of information that we show on our web pages, and then this is Tower TV, the first students' television in Uganda. So, our Facebook page had 1,300 followers. However, unfortunately, Facebook has been shut down. That means that the 1,300 are actually missing out on the very important information on the page. They are missing on this information, and it is urgent. UCC, I beg you, open up Facebook.
Okay. So let's have the slides take us to the girls in action, sir. The girls in action. So we'd like to show you a little bit of our ladies in action. The ladies in action, sir.
Excuse me, your time is up. You have 1 extra minute.
Okay, so this is a slide which shows our dear ladies in action. So we have lights, camera, action. This is the ladies manning the camera. In this room, I see gentlemen. Watch out, we are coming. Yeah. So the ladies doing what we do. So as Tower TV, to give a conclusive statement, we're not trying to prove a point. We've already done that. You see, we're not here to start. We've been in existence since 2019. It's ICT, information, communication, technology. We're here to grow. We're not here to only, our aim is to not only make the younger youth listen, it's to drive them to act. We hope to impact both locally and globally. Thank you.
That hand clap means a lot to these young girls.
You.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Questions from a team of judges and the audience.
Yeah, I have only one question. Do you know something called before and after, like those makeup things?
Makeup?
So, before Tower TV and after Tower TV, what has really changed in your community? Are you just having enjoyment or things are happening? What kind of impact have you made?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Well, you see, at first we recorded an agricultural video at school. It was then that we showed an agricultural video in our YouTube channel. When the students watched it, they actually opened up an agriculture club. Right now, they formed the club and they informed the administrators. They invested in the agriculture club, and because of the video we posted on the YouTube, we have a greenhouse at school and we have a piggery project running because of the video.
Okay, and also, like we explained, Tower TV started off as local television. I mean local as in reading with papers, local, that. Then we started recording. At first, our views were actually devastating to look at the numbers. 4 subscribers, 6 subscribers. Aye, it was terrible. But then we have risen to thousands, and that is actually a good thing. To see, we are not keeping track yet of the developments, of our impact outside, but seeing the big impact inside, we can only imagine what's happening outside there. So as Tower TV, we believe actually we are impacting on the youth step by step, once at a time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you to Toro girls. So a quick one. How many schools have you engaged so far on the idea?
So Tower TV, first of all, it was our school TV, yes, right? So with our patron, we started doing the sending of letters. We want to involve, it's one of our progress steps, we want to involve other schools, first of all, recording with us, then maybe they could get independent. Okay, so how many of those have you written to? We have written, well, he has the list. Okay. We have written to about maybe 6 schools. Not an easy process to just get people to do what you want them to do. Okay. But we are working towards that as well.
That's a good one. Then 2, UCC may want to fund this startup idea for some time, but then you need to promise them beyond their funding or support, how are you going to commercialize this idea so that it can sustain itself?
Okay.
So how are you going to make money, in other words? How do you plan?
Good question. Let me answer that. If UCC actually funds us, then the sustainability of us, okay, the rate at which we shall have content uploaded, because currently we upload content at this level. Let me explain. When we get enough money to hire the camera is when we actually make a video, right? But now if UCC funds us, maybe we shall actually have the gadgets at our disposal, so the rate of content uploading will be high. And like I said, if we hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, that is depending on the consistency of our video upload, we get paid. And 4,000 watch hours. Right now we are on about 590 something. So we are close to that. And then on the website, if we have enough traffic, enough people watching us, and we hit the AdSense, ding, we have money coming in. So at the end of the day, it won't be a loss for you, UCC, supporting us, neither a loss for us, who came up with this idea to support this development.
All right. Thank you so much. One last one from the panel. So one of the things you pointed out as a challenge is access to internet. I think previous speakers have also alluded to that. So do you see any way that you can make this content available that is not online, or at least not strictly online, such that you can reach a wider audience? What kind of channels do you propose to take advantage of?
Okay, so we're thinking of a podcast, yes. And then also, if you could take this on radio, because as it stands, radio is actually widely covered in the country. The remote areas have the radios where the TVs can't reach. So if we could get this on radio too, then really we would be touching even the youths in the areas where they would not be able to see YouTube or Facebook or our website. Yeah.
Any question from the audience? Okay, I don't see any hand up. That means satisfactory represented.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you can take.
Hey, sorry, these are shirts, Tower TV, so just wanted to show them to you.
Donating?
No. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there we come to the end of the innovations
competitions 2022. As we close, before Dr. Just give me 1 minute just to share something about way forward, about these ICT clubs. I think you can see what the young people can do. They are able to create, they can think critically, and they can present. You could see that they can be able to speak very well. So what we need is to give them opportunity to shine. I first of all thank Uganda Communications Commission. Let's give them a mighty hand clap. So in this initiative, there's supposed to be a collaboration between secondary schools and universities. When we are signing with the UCC as KAWA, every school, schools which are selected were those near universities. You see like Tororo near Westama University, there are schools in Mbale, schools within Kampala here, schools in Masaka, every region. So this ICT club should be for us all. You shouldn't leave it for these secondary school students only. Those at the university, please make sure that we collaborate with them. We are opening up a platform. There is a website for this collaboration, and this is the only way we shall have the most powerful next innovations conference, next national conference. Maybe, I don't know which university will host, but that means we shall go there in a big way. Let the preparation continue now. We are opening up the space. Let the collaboration continue supporting them. We send thanks to SEDAT and other universities which have been providing support, and this is what we have been able to present. Signing out is Moses Wamanga from KAWA. Thank you so much.
Wow, 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 wow. What an exciting session. Very lively, isn't it? A big round of applause to the students. I'm sure the university students are challenged. Huh? Their younger colleagues are presenting with a lot of confidence, isn't it? Huh? So I don't know where the confidence disappears to when people come to the university. But thank you very much, all the 6 schools. I can already see that they are all taking the prize money, isn't it? Hmm? So you are all winners by virtue of the fact that you are all here. But let's wait and hear from the judges. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. We need to hurry up as we go through our lunch because we're already a little bit behind schedule. And our panelists are already here. I'm already seeing them, and we need to move on as fast as possible. So, as we did yesterday, the invited guests, the industry, and the academic staff are going to have the lunch from upstairs behind you. Then all the students will have the lunch from downstairs using this exit. Yesterday we distributed out the tags, the name tags. I hope everybody has their name tag, because there has been a lot of intrusion. Anybody without a name tag will not be served. Please carry your name tag with you. As you go out for lunch, carry your name tags to avoid the confusion there. So I'll request all the invited guests, our industrial partners, UCC, Huawei, Renu, academic staff, we shall go upstairs at the dining area upstairs. For the students, please stay seated. Our ushers are going to collect you to take you to the eating area. So please stay seated unless you are called upon, then you'll be moving outside. So thank you. I request that we use maximum 30 minutes. Whenever you finish eating, please come back quickly here so that we can begin on our next agenda item. Thank you.
cameras and they have seen your face, please bring it right now to the DJ's table. Thank you.
The wizard. Wizard.
I guess you are all energized and that you enjoyed your fabulous lunch. So we need to continue with the next agenda item. I know we've already covered so much. This morning we had the keynote, we had the talk on the 5G, we've already had the school ICT competitions that have already challenged some of us. I guess we are all geared up for the challenge and we need to move further. Now, the next item on the agenda is a panel session. Yesterday we had our first panel on day 1, and day 2 we have the last panel, which is panel 2. And this panel is going to discuss a very nice topic, harnessing Uganda's innovation potential to achieve digital transformation. As you can see, this panel topic is related to the theme of the conference, inclusive digital transformation through innovation. And you've seen the very nice innovations our secondary school students have presented. And I'm sure the university students have much more innovations, and probably we shall see them later in the upcoming NCCs. So, this panel is going to be modulated by none other than an innovator. And this innovator is in our midst, and that is Dr. Cosmas Mwikirize. Dr. Mwikirize is currently the Superintendent, Industrial Value Chains Development at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation within the President's Office. In this role, he is responsible for coordinating the implementation of strategic research, technology development, and innovation to facilitate development of Uganda's priority industry value chains. Dr. Cosmas is on secondment from Makerere University. He has been previously a lecturer within the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. So he's on secondment to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. So he holds a PhD in biomedical engineering from Rutgers University, USA, master's degree in biomedical engineering and electrical engineering from Rutgers and Makerere University. Together with MIT. He has previously undertaken a lot of industrial residence at Philips Research North America in ultrasound imaging and interventions group. He is an innovator and he currently has 5 patents. The 5th recently came in a couple of days ago. I think he deserves a round of applause. His research body of work focuses on biomedical instrumentation. You know how biomedical instrumentation is when you go to the hospitals. Applications of machine learning in medical image computing and computer-assisted interventions. He also deals with IoT device development. He is a renowned scholar with over 20 peer-reviewed articles. So, you can see that he's the right man to moderate this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Cosmas Mwikirize. So he will introduce his panelists so that he starts off the panel in the next one, and it will take the next 1 hour. I think you'll introduce one by one and they'll come up accordingly. You can sit or you can stay here, whatever suits you.
All right, so good afternoon. You are all most welcome to this panel discussion. Chair, thank you for the kind introduction. I'll introduce my panelists shortly. Now, this afternoon, we're going to have a deep dive into harnessing Uganda's innovation potential to achieve digital transformation. But I thought I would first give a primer. What is fundamental to this discussion is the definition of innovation. Although there are so many definitions out there, I was having a chat with my fellow panelists over lunch. We all agree that innovation is anything that generates value for the world. So anything that makes something faster, better, cheaper, safer, more convenient, name it. Now, many times people confuse innovation for invention. You see, an invention can be an idea, it can be a technology, it can be a process, which in itself does not necessarily generate value. Therefore, for inventions to become innovations, there has to be an extra ingredient, and that ingredient is commercialization. What I'm trying to say is innovation requires ideas and potential for commercialization. Now, it's thus therefore critical to know that ideas themselves are not so useful if they don't have industrial applicability. For the love of equations, I could say that an innovation is the product of an idea or an invention and commercialization. Now that's deliberate. I didn't call it a sum. I'm not saying an innovation is an idea plus commercialization. It's a product deliberately so that you realize that in the absence of one, it's a zero-sum game. One cannot exist without another. Now, I'm giving you this background because our topic is about innovation potential. And from the presentations that we've had this morning, we see the potential that is in this room. We see tons of innovation ideas. But how can we help you? How can we help our young people to transform these into usable products? So to discuss this and much more, I want to now introduce my panelists and invite them forward. Dr. Rosalind Akol, lecturer, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. Let's give her a hand clap. Mr. Richard Zulu, who is the lead at Outbox, a renowned incubation center in Uganda. Richard. Mr. Kwame Rugunda, Executive Director at Crypto Savannah. And Ms. Peace Oliver Amoge, the Executive Director of WUGNET. All right, so gentlemen, lady, I'll start with you, Kwame. You have a lot of experience in this. Is it okay if I hold this? Because I'm having to turn on its properly. Right, so Kwame, first tell us about your work at Crypto Savannah and the lessons that you have learned and how best can we transform Uganda's digital ecosystem?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure we've all had lunch, so good afternoon, everybody. Very good. Thank you, Bwana Moderator. My name is Kwame Rugunda. I work with a company called Savannah, and Savannah has two arms to it. Crypto Savannah, which is our technology arm, and then Savannah Advisory. At Crypto Savannah, which I'm here to represent today, we build technology solutions, and we have products and projects in the market. A technology that we've been working with for the last 4.5 years is called blockchain. We also work with a series of other emerging technologies, but blockchain is primarily what we've been working with. And we use blockchain technology to build products in finance, in agriculture, in real estate, and in various sectors of our economy. So that's in brief. Now on to your question of what we are doing in order to harness digital transformation. Did I get that right? Yes. I think the theme of what we're discussing is very important because we are tasked to analyze Uganda's innovation potential in order to achieve digital transformation. So there are three components to this. One, we are assuming that Uganda has innovation potential, which is what we're here to make the case for. Secondly, we are saying that we can achieve digital transformation, which is also what we believe, which is the reason why we are doing the work that we are doing. And then thirdly, and most importantly, we are being asked, how do we harness this innovation potential? I am a firm believer that Uganda has innovation potential. The fact that many of you are young people here, out of secondary school and some out of university, sitting in here is one clear illustration that Uganda has innovation potential. In other words, the population dividend is a key factor. We have so many young people in our country, and not only are we young, but we're also digitally savvy. So this is one of the series of factors that talks about the fact that we do have innovation potential. Secondly, regarding digital transformation. Digital transformation is not a place where we arrive at. A few days ago, we heard that Uganda has reached middle income status. So we can't say Uganda has arrived digitally. We are digitally transformed. But rather, it's a series of processes. Now, as young people, what I can say, you are currently in a phase where you're acquiring knowledge. You're in a phase where you're innovating, where you're developing ideas. The people on this panel are on the other end of the spectrum. In order for yourselves to be able to translate the ideas to market reality, it is necessary to interact with people on the other end of the spectrum. So it is this type of collaboration between ourselves in industry and yourselves as idea innovators that can help us move towards digital transformation. I will stop there for now and then allow the rest of the panelists as well.
Thank you, Kwame. You raise a salient point. It all starts with training. I think this is an opportune moment to bring in Rosalind. From a training perspective, what are we or what are we not doing right?
Thank you very much. As you've heard, I am Rosalind Yungarizi Akol. I do teach in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering here at Makerere University. Now, for us as a university, Makerere University, we've been at the forefront of developing human capital for Uganda. And specifically in our department and in our college, we cater for engineering. Okay? And what does that mean? We train students, our clients, and we teach. Now, what does training and teaching mean? When we train students, we pass on existing knowledge. Now, that existing knowledge is what the students use as a basic foundation to then therefore do what we call academic research. In academic research, our students actually go ahead to develop new knowledge. Now, as we've already heard, that new knowledge is actually not enough until we are able to apply this knowledge to a specific application. And that's when we go to what we call applied research. Now, from applied research, it's only possible for us to be able to reach that level if we can convert our applied research to industrial research. Now, at that point of industrial research, it means that we are able to commercialize our ideas, and then they can be taken up and serve society and meet the needs. So therefore, that's what we do here at the university. We train students, we train the bright minds, and we expect that these bright minds can actually go ahead to translate the academic, translate the knowledge which is in the textbooks. We give them the foundations so that they can be able to innovate and also translate this innovation, this academic, this theory into the practice. Now, the truth is that with sciences, it is true that science is good, and it is true that you can do all these different things. But until you're able to apply or to commercialize, then what you're really doing, what you're researching, whatever you're researching, whatever you're doing is actually useless. Now, in our department, we teach electrical, computer, and telecommunications engineering. You would think that actually, in this digital era, we are at the forefront. However, what we have noted over the years is that our students are not necessarily translating this information which we are giving them, and neither are they at the driving seats. And I think today and in this morning, it is a testament. We have seen that the secondary school students are actually doing much better. They are more confident, and whatever they are doing is much more than what we expect out of our students. And this is not really to downgrade our students, but to say that the way we are delivering our information may be we are not necessarily harnessing what we are supposed to be doing. What do I mean by that? The students told us this morning that maybe the methods we are using are not good. For instance, they gave us an example of how us, the adults, are busy watching the 9 o'clock news, and for them, they are really damn bored. So maybe this is the time we should change the methods in how we are actually teaching our students.
Rosalind, maybe a good segue to what you're saying is how best then should we deliver our training? What is going wrong and how can we make it right?
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. That maybe it is time, instead of killing the dreams, we should actually approach them using the methods which they know best. For instance, using the Facebook to deliver some messages, using some simulations, using some prototypes like we saw this morning, and also making sure that we do not kill those dreams, and we do not kill their dreams, but also we do not, we encourage them and motivate them to create and also to nurture their ideas. Yeah, for that, I think I'll stop at that particular point, and then maybe later on we can add on to see how we can move this discussion forward.
Thank you, Rosalind, for that submission. It has long been said that Makerere University and in general institutions of higher learning are mortuaries of prototypes. Prototype after prototype, no product. Richard, how do we build ecosystems that ensure that these prototypes can actually become useful products that can transform this country?
Okay, good afternoon to you all. As introduced, my name is Richard Zulu. I am a team leader at an organization called Outbox. The way I can describe what we do is possibly through experience. If you start a business, right now, there are a couple of things you need to grow that business. Most importantly, you need money. Okay. You might need access to markets. For instance, what would it take for you to get to supermarkets? Or what would it take for you to export your product to neighboring countries? You will also need people to work in that business. This could be as staff, or they could be other individuals that start the business with you. So what we are doing at Outbox is bringing these ingredients together so that you can quickly succeed in terms of growing a business. What would take you many months, close to a year, to unlock a market, to get access to funding? We work with partners that quickly bring those support structures closer to the entrepreneurs, and we identify the entrepreneurs whom we offer technical assistance to help them grow. So we deploy money, we build linkages with the industry, largely to help you unlock your market, and we provide technical assistance. We help you understand what does it mean to manage your finances well, what does it mean to have a board, what does it mean to be compliant, so forth and so on. So currently we are working with very many partners, and at least every year we have not less than $2 million to deploy to 100 businesses in Uganda. Now, building an ecosystem, what we call an ecosystem is the way you would think about your digestive system, or in biology, what do you call it? Ecosystem. Yeah. And we all know that it's about the different components working together to produce a result. So if you look at the digestive system, you have each organ contributing something so that you can absorb and get the benefits of eating the food you have eaten. And that's the same principle that applies to an entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem, which makes us one of those actors. So we are an innovation and entrepreneurship support organization, commonly known as innovation hubs, because we bring together different actors. Now, when you think about an entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem, it is about different entities working together to ensure that we have innovations, and Doctor talked about it. They have to provide value, viable, and are used by the potential beneficiaries. So you have academia that brings in the skilling component and the research component. You have government that supports with policy. How do we ensure that we have very good policies that can help businesses grow? The VAT Amendment Act recently, for instance, enabled businesses that provide services to government to only bill for tax once they've been paid. Previously, they would bill, pay tax before they even receive money. Now that's good policy working. Okay? Then you have funding. Funding comes from a variety of sources. Okay? We have funding that can come from development partners like the UN and other development organizations, or even government, or even private sector. We have entities that we call venture capitalists, whose job is to pull money and deploy it in good businesses. So now, what we are currently seeing is that Uganda is at the early stages of building a good ecosystem. Every ecosystem has something that defines it. The way those actors interact in Kampala might be different from the way they interact in Gulu, might be different from the way they interact in Nairobi, okay? Because there are a number of aspects that define that ecosystem. So, what we're seeing currently is now we're maturing. We have government unlocking capital or financing. You've heard of the parish development model, for instance, and your youth livelihood funds. We have development partners. Right now we have a development partner called MasterCard Foundation that has deployed $300 million to Uganda. We are growing. Then on terms of research, we are seeing the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, even Makerere University itself, unlocking a lot. Now, what we need to do is to get all those people speaking to each other. Of course, when we all start, we have different interests at that point in time. But just like the way you cannot digest your food without a small intestine, it's very difficult if all these actors do not get on the table. And for me, from where I'm seated, I believe it's about identifying that unifying factor that can bring us together. And government can play a very critical role in terms of how it converges. All of us on a table to come up with a very strong strategy in terms of how we can collaborate, so that these young people, once you come out of school, you should now not be struggling how to manage your business or start a business, because these support structures are there. You just have to be aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So you're saying the money is there, we just have to find it.
Actually, I'm telling you, we are struggling to deploy $2 million every year.
I think we should clap for that. So Richard assures us that the money is there. You talked about $2 million, but I think you've had a couple of people who have raised more than that in venture capital.
Yes.
So, gentlemen and ladies, it's not shortage of capital. You mentioned something about the user community, though, the fact that every innovator should always have the end users in mind. We talk about, transforming this country from a subsistence economy for about 70%. We know the majority of those are actually women. They are the ones who suffer the brunt of the challenges we have in poverty and underdevelopment. So I know Peace, you've done a lot of work in gender and its association with innovation, and how we really need to ensure that it's a critical ingredient in every aspect of innovation. Could you please tell us a little bit more about your work?
Okay, thank you very much, Cosmas. Thank you everyone who is in here. It's really a nice conversation to have. I came much earlier and I was able to see this great innovation from these young innovators, and I would like to really speak to you. But yes, let me first tell you a little bit about Women of Uganda Network. Women of Uganda Network, which is WUGNET, is an NGO that works and promotes the use of ICTs or the use of technology by women and girls. It's also a member organization that works with women-led, women rights organizations. WUGNET has offices in Kampala, in Apaj, that is northern Uganda, in eastern Uganda, and in July we'll have another office in Rwenzori. These offices also act as information centers. So we work with both rural and urban women. And I will bring our work in three themes. We do research on issues of gender and ICT and technology. We do a couple of research, evidence-based research, to ensure that we have gender disaggregated data. We need that it's incredibly important to have gender disaggregated data when we're talking about innovations. And so year in, year out, WUGNET is out there doing research, looking at how women and men access digital platforms, looking at data governance, looking at the issues of privacy. We're talking about the issue of innovations. Are we thinking about the issue of data privacy, data protection, the issue of online gender-based violence? So we have lots of publications on that, legal issues, the policies, and our research. After that, then we do a lot of policy advocacy. And our research has really shown that we have gaps, and even when we review policies, we see that some of our policies are not gender responsive. So we do a lot of advocacy, having dialogues with civil society organizations, having dialogues with the policy makers, Also having dialogue with the users, internet users, common people like you and I, and ensuring that, we understand that first of all we have these policies, but what are the gaps? What can we do? And we want to ensure that these policies can move you further. Now you've invented and you have all this beautiful innovation, but if we don't have these policies that promote it, these policies that support it, then it will not work. So WOOGNET, because we want to see as many women come online, as much as the men are coming online to benefit from the internet, to benefit from technology, we ensure that we look at the policies, and we are always publishing policy papers, publishing position papers. These are really great resources that can be used by you, by civil society, by development partners, by academia, and then we do a lot of capacity building as well for policymakers, for civil society organizations, to see that we are using smart policy options to ensure that our policy frameworks are favorable. And then we implement projects that empower women and girls. And when I say women and girls, does not mean that WOOGNET only works with girls. No, or women. We work with men as well. But we want to make sure that we level the ground. We pull women and bring them to a ground that, they're on a flat or leveled ground. So all our projects, first of all, we use ICT. We make sure we use technology. And then we make sure that we have we do a 30 and 70 ratio. Men are 30, women are 70, because you realize that when we talk about gender equality, when we talk about promoting women to accessing and using technology, when we talk about some of the issues that face our communities that you innovators are looking at solving, it's not an issue that you can only pick out women and talk about. So we bring men on the table, we bring women on the table so that we can discuss these issues. So I want to pick out on some of the projects that we've done that have been amazing. Please let me mention that, because thank you. For instance, in the rural areas, we know very well, like if you look at 2021 report by GSMA, it talks about globally only 42%, up to 42% of the population, global population, use feature phones. So that means they're not able to access internet. Most of these feature phones cannot access internet. They can only use SMS platform. So we've been, for the last 5 years or so, use an SMS platform to improve service delivery, where these rural communities are registered on these platforms and they're able to report some of the issues that happen in their communities. So you realize that we need to be open and look at the dynamics that we have in our community. We have women in the urban areas, we have women in the rural areas, we have women with disability, we have women who are illiterate, who cannot use these technologies, who cannot even afford it. When we talk about access, the issue of affordability definitely comes in. We have a wide gap when we look at the rural-urban connectivity or ability to access internet. So WOOGNET is we use radios, we've explored different forms of technology to ensure that we reach out to the communities that we work with. I think I should end here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. So our dear audience, you've heard from the panelists. This would be an opportune moment to open it up to you. Whether you have questions about the quality of our training or the inclusiveness and opportunities in the innovation ecosystem, industrial readiness, and how we can harness opportunities that we have, or even user responsiveness and gender issues in our innovation processes. So we can now take a couple of questions. You can direct your questions to specific panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I'm called Rogers Mokalele. I have a startup, and I've been in really one of the people who have been struggling with this startup. And one thing that Richard has said, that the funding is there, but sometimes this funding may be there, but getting it is another problem. So, but one thing that is really encouraging me is in Uganda, there are a number of innovation hubs, and government has been trying to also support. There is a new one I'm seeing at Nakawa, and they are actually having a call for people with the startups to be able to apply so that they can get support in that way. Yeah, so that is really my question. If the funding is, the opportunities are there, where is the problem? Where is that our startups, we are failing to access this and other resources? Yeah, that's the question I'm sending to Mr. Richard.
Thank you so much. Let's keep our questions crisp so that we can take as many as possible.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm called Moses Eteku, and I have some simple question that is directed to Mr. Zulu. So, well, I also have a startup that is currently operating in Eastern Uganda, and it's called EastCard. So, back to the point, you say that you're always having a challenge of deploying these $2 million US. So I'm wondering, like, how can I maybe get access and get support in so as to maybe avail this or scale up? Thank you so much.
Let's give the microphone to our dean first. Since you have to, you can bring one forward.
Had not expected to ask a question because we are the hosts, but I have really been tickled by a question that Dr. Rosalind raised, that maybe there is an issue with the way we are doing our training. So I don't want to lose the opportunity of having the panel. So my question actually is to all the other panelists except Dr. Rosalind. From where you stand, what more could we be doing in terms of the training and the opportunities and the platforms that we provide our students so that actually their innovations see the day of light? I don't want to add that other part, and that we also claim the 2 million that has become famous, at least from the prior questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take one more for now.
Thank you. Mine goes to Madame Amuge. I'm called Chitamilike Michael from Deji University. According to your submission, you are more gender sensitive. You said the ratio is 30 to 70. And according to statistics, 65% of our rural women cannot read or write. So how are you managing to bring them on board? Thank you.
You will have the panelists respond to the questions. Richard, funding?
Yeah. So there was a question, why are we failing to access the funding? So one of the things we have noticed is that many entrepreneurs do not know, you know, the way you go to buy a shoe. You have to know this shoe is big, this shoe is small. And I'll fit in this one and not this one yet until I, get to a certain age. So businesses go through different stages of growth. There are different opportunities for different businesses. And what we see is that, for instance, you find a very early stage business applying for an opportunity where you're required to be working full time, but you're not yet there. So I think for me, why many entrepreneurs are failing to access these opportunities, one is they don't know what opportunities fit them based on the eligibility, based on the criteria. That's what we've seen. And so what we've done, to the second gentleman's question, is, for instance, in this initiative we're doing with NSSF. The NSSF High Innovator Initiative is focused at early stage businesses but that have been around for 2 years, and they have full-time people working there. They have a product or service they are selling, you're trading. Now what we've done is, because we saw very many early stage entrepreneurs trying to get in, we created an online platform called the NSSF High Innovator Business Academy. This is to help you prepare for that other opportunity where you can possibly get funding. An 8-module online course, you are assigned a partner innovation hub to help you through that online learning process. And the goal is that once you complete it, you're then recommended to have an opportunity to access the funding. Secondly, there are other things, even those that might qualify, that they don't demonstrate. Usually when someone is investing in a business that's early stage, it's about the team. How committed are you? Do you have skin in the game? So we have very many, we call them grantpreneurs. There's a pitch there, you have an idea. There's a pitch there, I have this thing. And you have this one product that works for everything. If there's a call around climate change, your product works. There's a call around innovation in maybe waste management or something. So you have to know where you are as a business, because it's a process for you to get there. But most importantly, you have to plug in early and work with different individuals to help you grow that. So this question, so I've answered that, the second gentleman's question. How do you get access to the $2 million? From where you stand, what we've seen, when we started this online course, we partnered with the university, we partnered with lecturers to build a content. But it was very theoretical. It wasn't user-centered. It wasn't really tailored to the daily struggle of a business owner. And I think for me, from where I'm seated, it's around trying to co-create with the industry. You start with the end in mind. Where this young person might end up, what are they really trying to look out for? And then we structure the learning journey based off that. The second thing is the exposure. Many of these young people don't have exposure. The TikTok exposure and whatnot is a different industry. But when you're out in industry, you knowing how things work, we have to be very deliberate about building that type of exposure with them so that they later appreciate how to fit in once they leave. At least those are my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Richard. Kwame, let me take you up on that as well. How can we improve our training?
Yes, this question has no silver bullet. It's a complex one, and I will just offer some thoughts, 2 points to supplement what my brother Zulu has said. Point number one, I think that the demands and needs of industry, of the market, are evolving much faster than academia is ready to morph. And that creates a mismatch. That is one major gap. I recall having an interaction with a school where I'd gone to speak, and they had carried out research. They said that their current 12-year-old class that they were teaching, by the time they finish, the jobs that they will be doing do not yet exist. That's a very serious reality. So the question is, how do you train 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, and onward for jobs that do not exist yet? Therefore, it is what I picked from that interaction with the institution, which I would like to bring here, is really about training young people with a certain type of mindset, a certain type of attitude, a reality of agility, not just the fixed ways in which we have, the rote learning that we have gone through, but preparing them for a reality that does not exist yet. And I would say that deeper, I know there's been a lot of effort in trying to bring together academia and industry, but it must be deepened. Let us continue doing so and continue doing so over time. I think then we'll be able to prepare young people, train them aptly to match industry. Thank you.
Excellent. Peace, I think there was a question about literacy.
Yes, but I would like to also add in what Kwame and Richard have mentioned about the training and the gaps, you know, and they talk about the realities that these students come out and face. And I still go back to the issues of gender and the issues of culture, the cultural biases, the environment that they go out to. It's totally different from what they think about while at school, and you know, they don't see these realities. So, and yet when they go out, these are things that really face them. Because when we look at engendered innovation, it stimulates, it stimulates gender responsive science and technology, which in the end brings us to, you know, enhances quality of life for both men and women. And you know, he talked also about the end users. Are they thinking about the end users? The end users are the people I'm describing here. They lead people who are persons with disability, people who do not have access, people who do not understand, people who are illiterate, digitally illiterate, or they're illiterate, you know. So the end users are these kind of people that I'm trying to describe, who have all these biases. You can't do that, you should do this, you know, the gender stereotypes, you know. So I think they need to really be exposed to some of these issues to shape their thinking, you know, at this initial stage. And then to get back to him, he was wondering how we deal with the issue of illiteracy. It is true that many women are still illiterate, and not many of them know how to use technology, and not only in the rural areas, actually, even in the urban areas. We've done research where we do urban, peri-urban, and rural, and you will still realize that even in the urban areas, there are still gaps, you know, in the usage. But what WOOCNESS has done over the years is continuous training and building their capacity. First of all, encouraging them that they can use technology. When we go, if for the different projects that we've implemented, we bring them in groups because they support each other. These groups have the young people, have the old, have the, you know, all the youth. The Toro girls kept saying the younger youth. You know, I was wondering, okay, so it has all these people. When you go in a group like that, the young people will embrace technology. And then the others, you know, come on board gradually. And we make sure that we also train people who stay in the communities and continuously show them, okay, you forgot it, this is how you can do it. And we've seen changes over the years. And when they start to see others benefit from technology, are able to go online, we had an agricultural project where we use apps, and they were able to go online to connect to the extension workers, to ask questions, get market information. And when they see others benefit and their situations improve, you know, it encourages them. We've seen that change over the years. It's not it's really a mindset issue, and it's very difficult to change, but we've seen it happen. And also to mention that something that we also do is training on gender, for them to understand the roles. What is it, you know, about these things? Because a lot of cultural biases really affects the issue of technology. So yeah, it's something that gradually changes, and they embrace it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace. I know you have many burning questions, but we are short of time. The physical interaction has to come to a close, but I request that our panelists share the easiest way in which they can be contacted. That will be given the conference organizers, and that will be available to you, be it via social media, email, phone numbers. The choice is really yours. So feel free to contact all of us. I'm speaking for all of you, and you will get to know how. I would like...
One more question, please.
30 seconds.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think I want to introduce myself. 30 seconds. I just want to know about how far Uganda is reaching with getting into the space industry. Because you can't talk about digital transformation when you're not into the space industry. I know about the satellite that has been built, Pearl Africa Sat-1, and they said that in 2022, which is this year, it shall be launched. I look forward to that. You said 2024 we shall be launching the second one, but you said this time round it will be Ugandans designing it and working on everything. How many Ugandans have been equipped with those skills? So far I know about only 3. And what's going on currently? Because when I check the National Development Plan, it's still in the concept stage, the National Space Agency. How far with that?
I can answer that. I'll keep my my answer brief. So it's true that a Ugandan-made satellite. By Ugandan-made, I mean our students. We sent our engineers to Japan in 2020, 3 of them, under a collaboration with the Japanese government, and they were trained under a collaborative arrangement to build that small cube satellite. So they've been working on that for the past 2 years, and in May of this year, it was handed over to the Japanese Space Agency, who then conducted tests, so it has been found worthy. All the engineering is right. So the launch is going to happen in September of this year. It will be launched by NASA at the International Space Station. You can clap for that. So yes, so Uganda has entered space as I speak. Now, as to your question, how ready are we? This satellite that we're going to launch in September is expected to be in service for about 18 months. And by then, we should have built the next version, which is bigger and better, with much bigger payload and better capability. We are setting up an Earth station at Impoma, which is going to help us receive this data that's being sent by our own satellite. And this data can then now be used by you, the innovators, to build all sorts of applications, be it weather forecasting and prediction, be it monitoring wetlands, be it any other infrastructure, be it security. This one doesn't have any internet capabilities, but that will come along the way. Long story short, it's going to be a partnership. So we have put together a think tank that's involving all possible players in industry, user community, academia, to see how best we can push Uganda. We are starting a space agency, so we're going to have Uganda Space Agency that's going to engender all research and development, as well as commercialization of products that will come out of that effort. And I'm very sure that now is a very good time for our students, even at this level, to get interested and see how you can tap into this nascent sector. I'm happy to engage you further. This is a conversation that we can have after here. Thank you. Right, so we can now have parting shots. 30 seconds. Rosalind?
Yes, I think you asked us to give our contact, like you've already heard. I work in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. I'm a lecturer there. I'm open to give guidance in terms of research, in terms of training, and if you have any other issues pertaining to training, especially if you're interested in doing engineering, electrical, computer, and telecom, I'm more than welcome to give you all the advice. Yes, as far as my details are concerned, I think you can get me on our website, and also my contacts are there as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard, parting shot?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter. You know Twitter? I'm not on TikTok. At Richard Zulu, that's my direct hand on Twitter. Or if you're looking for my organization, it's at Outbox Hub. Or you can find us on Lumumba Avenue. There's a building called Soli's House on the 4th floor. You can get us there, or write to me, Zulu at outbox.co.ug. Yeah, I won't give you my phone number because I hardly pick.
Thank you, Richard. Kwame?
Yeah, I'd like to, as a parting shot, leave yourselves as young people with a quote that I had from Mark Zuckerberg. He said that ideas are never born fully formed, but they get better and better as you work on them. In other words, the ideas that you've come up with together here and have been pitching, some of yourselves, will get better and better as you work on them. And that is how billion-dollar companies like Mark Zuckerberg's are formed. In other words, from this room, we can create a billion-dollar company out of Uganda. We can create an African unicorn from amongst yourselves. In order to find me, first name, last name, the name's on the screen, Telegram at Kwame Rugunda, and Twitter similarly at Kwame Rugunda. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. My parting shot, I want to encourage you innovators that as you work on your innovations and move further, think about access for both men and women. Think about maintenance. Think about usage. Think about ownership of these innovations that you talk about. Look at the men and women. That's what I want you to look at. And then please find WOOGNet. It will be you will find very many resources that will help you. Yes, WOOGNet on Twitter at WOUGNET, and then even our website www.woognet.org. You will find so much, a lot of resources that will be very beneficial to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Peace. I'll just add one more quote. Fail cheaply. Don't wait for the perfect product. Try it out in the market first, and then iterate to improve. Thank you so much. Let's give our panelists a round of applause.
So, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to our panelists. As you can see, the discussion is engaging. And of course, we cannot complete everything, but we can have something from out of that discussion. And I guess it is already tickling your minds on what to do next. So, now, we have to move on to our next agenda item. But probably before we proceed with the next agenda items, I've been seeing so many hands in the audience. Probably now we are open for a few random questions, which you can direct to any of the people present here, or there will be some volunteers to answer some of your questions. So I give an opportunity now for some random questions. We have the specialists here, and we can have some answers from the different people that are within this room, and probably you could form some resolutions that we could take over or that we could proceed with into the next NCC, which will be next year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And as we distribute the mics, let's ensure gender balance.
Okay.
So if you give one mic to a gentleman, then the next should be to the lady.
Okay.
So who has the mic?
I have the mic.
Okay.
I'm Ezra Mkulameno. First of all, I would thank the students that have participated. But my worry is one, it has ended today, right? And has always been for Uganda. How I wish the panelists here can take over this and kids build better stuff compared to what they have today. Now, it's because of this conference that I've realized that we don't have free internet. We have a lot of stuff being developed. So there are services, but people don't know that they exist. I've had the introduction of lecturers here, They've gone through a lot of universities in the US, and I'm sure they know the mode of instructions that can be copied and brought here so that we can improve our education system. I recently got a chance to go for a course using for CIT, but being instructed here at the Innovation Village in Tinda. But earlier, I requested for space at the Innovation Village that refused. One, when you go, they say our space is 400 per month or 200 per month. Now, the innovators, how do you expect a student from campus to pay 200 per month just for space without any product? So I've had Outbox, they have 2 million. I don't know how best, whether it also includes free space or any. Otherwise, things are being spoken here, but when you reach on the ground, nothing is practical. The first thing is, how much do you have for space? How best can we have this? Secondly is the practical capabilities of these things. Within 6 months, I've had like 18 projects, which is rare for our education systems here. I went through Makerere, I went through Sitema, I went through KIU. No, UCU. You finish the whole course, now you have 3. After the first, everything ends here. For Madam who asked that, please, you have gone through all these systems, can implement the same here in Uganda. And the innovators, those Outbox guys, please, if there's a project, support the kids. Don't say you do the work after you're on internship. If there's payment for them, please share. Share the little the kids have worked for, than just pushing them to do the practical work, then you share the needful. Thank you.
That is a very touching comment and question, that how can we support the innovators? And I'll task maybe the dean to answer that. How can we support the innovators? Because when they want some innovation space, they are required to pay something. I know she has worked on a number of projects, and she offered at some point some innovation space free of charge. Because at that space, they need internet, they need a lot of resources, they need so many things to move some of these projects that we've seen here today forward. How can they be able to move such ideas to another step without things like an innovation space, additional funding, and probably advise career guidance onto their projects?
Thank you for putting me on the spot on this one. I don't know, maybe I should. Yeah, I think that's a really broad question, and maybe one that we could have benefited from listening to the panelists, but given that some have left, I will do my best to share on that. One, and that's why I also asked them, how can we collaborate more with the partners such as them before our students live here, so that you have a platform that you can leverage when you go out. But I know someone shared here earlier about the ICT Innovation Hub that is at the UICT premises. That is one opportunity. The other, and I think it builds a lot on what Kwame shared about the idea. He said that ideas, they're still in development, isn't it? And that you continue working on them. So part of that involves applying to different opportunities that are out there, and taking advantage also of the opportunities that are available, like we have in the schools. I don't know if I were to ask, like I think what we have here are the school ICT clubs. How many, if you were to say percentage-wise, how many students are involved in the ICT clubs? Many, eh? So would you say 50, 60, all of you? So that we are seeing the crop or the cream, or what percentage would you give? About 50%, eh? Yeah, but that's also a very good platform, okay? So you start from there, then whatever institution you're going to, okay, you build on that. In Makerere, we also have a number of spaces, including the one at RAN, which is in Kololo. That is something. So I think we don't yet have a fully developed ecosystem, and they did talk about it as a panel. That is where we are getting to. But there are certain opportunities that one can leverage off. The other thing I want also to encourage is that also online, and I think that is one of the, you know, COVID came and it was a really bad thing, and this month is also really bad because there are a lot of memorials, if you notice, that are taking place, because the Delta was about a year ago, this period. But what it did is that it opened up working online. So there are also innovation spaces online. And some are free, some you have to pay for. So it is true now that there's a lot of work that is needed by ourselves or by the innovators to sort of try and find out what is where and everything. But every time you see a call or if you see something in the papers, or follow some of these people, because they'll usually be posting something that you can then build on as we, you know, we seek to perfect our system. I think that's what I can share for now.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Another question?
Thank you very much. I'm Charles Kafuluma, a student of electrical engineering here at Makerere University. My question goes to Dr. Dorothy, the Dean of Students, School of Engineering. As you have all seen, secondary students have a lot of ideas that they have implemented. But the biggest question is, why is it that when they come to Makerere, they are not able to implement them? Like one of the panelists accepted that the way we are being taught here is quite very different. Imagine you have 1,000 pages to read for 4 questions for about 5 course units. Do you think you shall have time for innovation? So don't you think we need to have time and revise what we teach? Thank you very much. And maybe the last one. Yeah, we realize we have so many students from different universities here, but some of them don't have the equipment to use in those innovations. As Makerere and maybe UCC, do we have some platforms for bringing these innovators from different universities on the same table to work on a particular project? I think that will be the best. Thank you very much.
Okay, she will answer that as we distribute the mics to the female participants now. Only female participants. Let her answer the question first.
So if there's any stipend going to them, you can add me to that list. But that said, let me respond to the question. I think that the students in secondary school, first of all, they're in an ICT club. You know, being just that you're a member of the ICT club, I think there's a way you feel you're innovative just by being in that club. Not so. And even your colleagues, they must be looking and saying that people in the ICT club, those are the innovators, isn't it? Yeah, so without doing anything, already there's something that's pumping you up from the inside, okay, which is very important, okay? Now, the question is, what happens when you come here? Okay? Yeah, when you come here, life happens. Life happens, that's the truth. Because when you come here, we don't have bells to tell you now it's time to wake up. There is no prep. There is no nothing. Okay? You are responsible for yourself. There is no ICT club. If you want, you can do it by yourself. Okay? Or you can have the Makerere Engineers Society or the other societies. And that's why I'm really very big on encouraging students to become, okay, I know from the side of engineering, you know, how many are members of the Uganda Institution of Professional Engineers? Those who have taken my classes, you will know that I sing that song from first year to when you graduate, and still some live with before being members, okay? Why? This is to expose you to different opportunities, because we will not be able to do everything by ourselves here on campus, but also to put you in those spaces where you get that thing which the students, the secondary students got. Right? So that is what I think, that's where I think the difference happens. That you feel there are so many things that happen when you come to campus, and yet there is no structure to help you with it. You have to structure yourselves, okay? That's the first thing. Now, what spaces are available, especially for you know, different universities and or people from different walks of life? Because I think one key point that we appreciated from Peace was how do we bring, the innovators or those who label themselves as innovators with the community, with the industry, how do we bring all these people together so that even as you're designing, those issues are baked in from the beginning. I know that one of the objectives for the ICT hub in Nakawa by the government, I think, I don't remember the numbers offhand now, but I think they were looking at simultaneously you could have 300 people out there and all that from all walks of life. Yes, so the question would be how many students would be willing, therefore, to participate in that opportunity? Because it's open, it is available, all right? So this is where we want to see now that drive that the students have, how does it push people to go there? Of course, the students have an advantage. If they want to get together, it's just getting to one point of their campus, all right? If you're from here, the next thing you're going to say, but where is the border money to go to? Nakawa, all right? That's the difference. Those are the things which start creeping in, but that's certainly one of the opportunities that is available. I think the other and I have been pushing the team organizing this, that how do we do more together as the universities that have been affiliated so far and others to come on with this event? Because if you notice, we've been saying this is Makerere hosting, Makerere doing and everything. And then the others, they are like as if they are visitors, okay? Right? But we should be saying that this is a university activity for all universities that are having either programs in communications, because that's where we want to see the research, or some other platform. We can work that detail that happens to be hosted at Makerere. Okay? So Makerere is the host, right? But all these universities have been part and parcel, because that will also then further encourage opportunities for our students to be able to work together. I think very quickly, those are some of the points I can share on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dorothy. And maybe to just add my opinion to this. Yesterday we had a panelist who was saying that maybe our education system is oriented in a different way, because he highlighted an example of pupils playing with their teacher. And we brought out the idea that we have labs. For example, most of the universities have a number of labs. I think Makerere University, the SEDAT, has so many labs, but you'd be surprised to find them empty, irrespective of the type of equipment there. Yet you as students should be looking out on the different things you can do with the equipment there. And as Dr. Dorothy rightly pointed out, there are no clubs, there are no things to push you there. It's your initiative. We want to see the students, the academia, having an initiative to go into the labs. I mentioned yesterday the labs is your play area. That should be those should be your toys on a daily basis. Go and try something. Maybe you'll come out with an innovation. Of course, knowing how some of these equipment work is already a step in the right direction. So, as Dr. Cosmas mentioned, that innovation starts with the idea. Then make that idea commercially relevant. Once it is non-commercially relevant, it will be dropped in a bin upon its birth. So it's important to always look and weigh all these different things that you can actually do within our lab space. And of course, there are so many other innovation space. They have mentioned the Innovations Hub. Has anybody here ever walked to the Innovation Hub or the Innovations Village to try to see what things can I do in this area? Because unlike secondary school where there is a guided way of life, campus life starts to happen.
Thank you. I had a question.
I wanted one more question from a female participant.
Sir, excuse me. I'm so sorry to say this, but I personally am my hub ambassador that side. I'm Munyweza Andrew, the project coordinator at UICT Nakawa.
Okay.
And we, as our fellows here have been explaining, it's the same challenge I face as a student. Well, I'm about to graduate, but again, you find that students have projects, but they end up asking you, well, when you get opportunities of meeting the ministers and the big people there, the PSAs, because they're always there, they tell you money is coming. Actually, the former guest of honor yesterday here was here. I talked to him personally. He told me money is coming. But up to now, we don't see the money. all we have is space. We have space there, which is okay. And people feel free, come, and we push for this. We are young, we are intelligent, we have everything. So if we just end it here, there's nothing that will happen. So if we can push for the money, we get the money, we do the needful. We need this Uganda to be like, actually, I don't know. First of all, hold on. All we want is the money to be there and the quick ways how we can get the money. That's all we wanted. Thank you.
Okay, his point is that there is need for money. Of course, nothing moves without the money. And of course, one of the things that we've realized with NCC is that there is money somewhere. Information is key here. You need to know where the money is coming from. For sure, NCC is one source where if you started from there, you could get the money. I know at the end of this occasion, there will be some awards. And those awards are going to be followed up with some money to move the idea or whatever has been presented here from one level to a higher level. So it's important that you keep your ears to the ground and know where the money is coming from. Our colleague, Dr. Cosmas Mukirizi, from the Science, Technology, and Innovation, those are sources of money. If your idea is good, because they are always pushing out calls for innovators to come out with ideas so that they can be funded. So maybe they can move the mic to Dr. Cosmas Mukirizi to give a small comment on that. But at least you need to keep your ears to the ground on the different avenues. NCC is one of them. If your idea is really good and it would, for the winners, there will be an award ceremony to move whatever ideas they have from one step to another.
Hot seat. Thank you, Chair. So the government has committed a lot of funding to supporting science, technology, and innovation. We have so many programs. Ministry of ICT, I think, has the National ICT Initiative Support Program. There's another one on supporting business process outsourcing. Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation has the National Research and Innovations Program. At the tail end of April, we actually put out a call for innovators. And we have supported, in a space of 1 week, we got about 405 applications. And we have already supported some of you. Those who applied and we haven't supported, and I have first-hand information on this, we told you that we are not casting you aside, we are putting you in our pipeline. Meaning at any time, we have an open door policy, walk in and talk to us. Most times people think support is all about money. That is not true. Richard Zulu was talking about the ecosystem. We may not give you physical money, but we can link you to a mentor. We can link you to an incubation facility. We can link you to URI, Outbox, Innovation Village. We can, if you have something that's ready to go and you have built a viable business, we can link you to a venture capitalist. So I think we should also broaden the scope of support that we want. And for God's sake, when you get the funds, put them to the right purpose. We have seen many people who have become grantpreneurs, grant here, grant there. And the good thing is we see them exhibit year after year, and it's the same crude prototype. And you wonder where the money is going. So if you have a prototype, let the funding you get transform that prototype into a minimum viable prototype. If it's a product that needs to go through some regulation or certification, UNBS, NDA, name it. Make sure clinical trials, make sure that the support that you're asking for is geared to engender that process. But long story short, the support is there, and in other places where you're from. Thank you.
Thank you. One final one from a lady.
Hello everyone, my name is Sylvia Emmanuel-Akiza. I'm a fourth-year electrical engineering student. So the previous questions have been mostly around the funding and the training opportunities for innovators. However, my question is mostly around the enabling policies that are being set up by the government and the policymakers that are there. So I would like to know what is the government and the different policymakers, what are they doing to create policies that support especially the emerging technologies that are being used right now. For instance, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and also the coming metaverse and virtual reality. In what ways is the government and also the policymakers, how are they acquainting themselves with the necessary knowledge to make policies that will first of all enable these innovations to thrive so that they don't strive for the innovation, however also making sure that these innovations that go out there are actually good for the people, ensuring that these innovations have ethical considerations within them, they protect data integrity, because I love innovation, but I have seen very many, at least one of my fellow youth coming up with a product. It's an application, for example. I saw one recently, and they were collecting data. However, I know most of us don't actually read terms and conditions for the different applications we use. So in the terms and conditions, there's actually a statement that said that as soon as you agree to those terms and conditions, your data can be sold to these different third parties. However, the international companies that do the same products actually allow the user to select how they want their data to be used. But you see that right now, an innovator in Uganda is actually having a loophole in their innovation. They are not respecting the privacy of the user. And I don't know if the policymakers or the people approving these different innovations are actually able to look into these innovations that are being done. First of all, ensuring you enable these innovations, but make sure that you sieve out these innovations that are actually not doing what's right. They are not ethical. They are not doing what's right in the technological space. And I think with cybersecurity, as we shared in the morning, it's something that we should put front and center.
Okay, thank you. The question is about policy. Again, policy is very important because it paves the way for whatever we are doing. I don't know, Cosmas, would you like to take that on? I don't know whether there are some representatives from UCC. Again, communication, what policy initiatives are being taken in that area to address things like innovations in the communications sector. So the dean has volunteered to take that on.
We were just passing it back and forth between myself and Cosmas, so maybe each of us can share a bit. I think what you have said, Sylvia, is a very pertinent issue. And for me, I believe very strongly that things start with us, okay? And I think the NCC has done a very good job in bringing a number of these issues to light. So we talked about issues of cybersecurity. We had a keynote speaker from no less than the director responsible for data protection. So we have built awareness about these issues. So how does it start from you? Take care, okay? Take care of the people that are going to use your devices. Because, and if there are any people in my class, I was asking them, how many of you know the guarantee that you get when you're using your mobile phones? We don't care. What we care about is how funky it looks and what other things. Even the features, we barely use even 50% of the features, okay? So that means that for you who's designing, all right, in addition to all the features you want to put in there, let's take care of our fellow Ugandans, okay? So that is, I think, the first thing that we need to worry about. The next thing that we really need to look into, and that's again another beauty I say about the NCC platform, is having more discussions between academia, industry, government, like this has provided a platform to be. Because the fact of the matter is that the technology is moving so fast. There is no policy process that can match up to what is happening there, okay? So what you want to do is to encourage the policymakers, right, to provide spaces that you can do some degree of experimentation, okay? And for those of you who've done telecom, or at least who are comfortable in that space, you'll know that we have spectrum spaces that are free to use, even the Wi-Fi, that we know, but we know it is a free space. So why is that? Because it was done deliberately to allow for experimentation within a limit. Then if you have some major project like the MTNs of this world, then you pay to use your spectrum by yourself. So what are other opportunities there? So in the banking sector, you have what you call a banking sector sandbox. So they allow fintechs to do some degree of experimentation. So they can see how the technology works, in fact, not really the technology, how the solution works. So even in the communication space, and for some of you who look at the newspapers and the like, you may have seen UCC advertising for hosting of a sandbox. You usually see those kind of words, sandbox or free space or what, so that people can develop the technology without worrying so much about the restrictions of policy. Because if you policy everything, in other words, if you police everything, you will stop the bad things, but you'll also stop the good things. That is the challenge with the space that we are in right now. So there has to be a certain degree of freedom, but this is why I say that that responsibility really should first start with us. Let's be ethical in terms of our designs and solutions that we put out for. That will be the first, as I say, first line of defense for the community that we serve. Because from the example that you shared, I imagine that we have a Ugandan innovator who is using maybe a platform that is international, okay? So it is we ourselves who are exporting data about Ugandans to the outside world. So we really should take better care of that, and it is us to take time to learn and understand what should be done and what should not be done. That is what I could say as a starting point. Cosmas, I hand over to you.
Thank you. Maybe just add one point on what Dr. Dorothy has said. I think from a policy perspective, we need to be more proactive than reactive. You look at policy differently when you're just a consumer of technology that's made outside. So there you're more focused on protection. But when you're developing the technology, your thinking is different, because now you need to put in place regulations, laws that actually promote equitable, safe development and utilization of this technology within the confines of your boundaries. It's interesting that we most times have a reactionary attitude towards technology. Let's say everyone in the world is talking about cryptocurrency, and our blanket decision is we're not going to allow crypto transactions in Uganda, without going the extra mile of trying to figure out how crypto can actually be useful, because we know it is actually useful. And someone else could tell you it's the future, it's part of the future. So in a nutshell, maybe if I may ask, who develops the policies? Who knows? Who develops the laws? Who develops the regulatory framework in which this country operates? Who knows? How do we actually start to think about the need for a law or a policy, a regulation for something? Oh, I'll answer it for you. Actually, most of the people who should be at the center of that are in this room. Because the MPs are not necessarily knowledgeable in ICT. It's the technical, working groups that, comprise, people in academia, people in civil society, the user segment, that are more knowledgeable in all this, that are supposed to raise the heat on the people who actually discuss and implement these policies. So I think when you have salient issues that you think need the limelight, take the lead. universities have a central role to play. And in fact, even when the idea for a policy is generated within the ministry, they always hire out the professors as consultants to do the groundwork. So how about we turn it the other way around? We say we need a policy for this, we need a policy for this. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Cosmas. So as you realize, it all starts with us. So we are all here, we are all stakeholders, we need to contribute on the way we move forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, the conference is reaching the climax. And the next agenda item is the award ceremony. We've had a very busy last 4 to 6 months of activity. And here we are today, where we need to award some winners with the plaques. They are ready. The judges have decided. The papers were presented yesterday. The cybersecurity challenge was already done. And we need to hear from the organizing committee who are the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite the General Chair, the NCC 2022, to take over the ceremony and tell us who the winners of these competitions are. Please welcome Dr. Edwin Mogome. Should I hold that?
Thank you, Abeka, once again, for directing this conference from the beginning to the end. And also, of course, thank you to the participants. Usually I say a few words, but I have, if you've seen the book of abstracts, I have an entire speech in there, 3 pages. I don't think there's anything new I would have said. My task right now is simple. We have 2 more things to do, an awards ceremony and just some closing remarks from UCC and also Makerere. So we'll start with the awards. Now, I should give context. We have 3 competitions that we are going to give awards for. The best papers, these come from the technical papers that were submitted by authors. We are going to award 2 papers, the best and the first runner-up. Then we have the cybersecurity competition that a number of teams participated in. We are going to award them as well. And finally, we are going to award winners of the School ICT Clubs Innovations Competition that we saw here just before lunchtime. Now, to give you more information, we held a conference here in 2021, last year. That was in town, actually. And in 2019. Of course, we selected best papers that were never awarded. We gave some certificates. I'm happy to let you know that UCC now has provided the cash prizes for the winners of those best paper awards, and we are going to be awarding that cash today. So to help me with this and to give away these prizes, I want to request a number of people. I want to start with Mr. Geoffrey Sengendo, if you can make your way to the stage so that everyone is here and we don't waste time. Ms. Christine Mujimba, if you can come up. Dr. Dorothy Okello, if you can come on behalf of Makerere University. And Dr. Asan Gay, I don't know if he's here. Yes, please, Dr. Asan Gay, you come. Dr. Asan gave us a very compelling keynote speech. If you missed it, you missed a lot. Now, we are going to start with the best innovations. The cybersecurity competition. The cybersecurity competition was held under the auspices of the PICO CTF Africa, of which Dr. Hassan Gay is actually the manager of that competition. So the teams that we are going to award were not necessarily the best in Africa, but they are the best in Uganda that participated in that competition. I have the prizes here. Of course, they are going to win, they are going to get some certificates. Our checks ready? Yes, Muhechi can bring them. So we selected the best 3 teams that participated in the cybersecurity competition. These were team events, fortunately, and 3 teams emerged the best. Now, obviously we have prepared a certificate for every member of the winning team. So I have a number of certificates. We are not going to give away the certificates. We are not going to give individual certificates, but when I read your team, I'll mention your names, and if you are here, please come to the stage. And Dr. Hassan Gay will give, and I think Dr. Hassan, I think, and Mr. Geoffrey Sengendo will give away this certificate. Do you want to say something? About the competition. Yeah, very brief.
Thanks, Edwin. So, just a quick context about PICO CTF Africa. This is a competition that is Africa facing. We started this year. It's in collaboration with CMU in Pittsburgh. It was born out of Pittsburgh, but we have now competition around the world, the US of course, but we do have Canada, and so we run the first African version of it. This year, we'll definitely have the one next year. So we have in the competition, the idea is to bring young minds into cybersecurity for awareness and skills building. So we do have the prize, but for me, what is more important is the skills building. So it's a competition where we have a platform where on February 1st, it's open and people can go, we call it the gym, to exercise and gain knowledge. And then on the 14th or the 15th of March, they start competing. And we have the Africa Awards, and as Edwin has said, we do have awards in different countries. This year we had Uganda, we had Rwanda, we have Burkina Faso, and Sierra Leone. So we had, and on top of the Africa Award, we had four countries. What we're aiming at is that next year we have all countries in the continent. Okay, that's also, I encourage all students to get ready for next year. It's both for high school and for universities.
Okay. Thank you for providing that clarity to the competition. So I think you've heard, it's a yearly competition. Please do participate. There are prizes available at the Africa level. This year we took advantage of NCC to also run this competition along that same conference. Now the winner, let me start with the third team, the team which emerged third, which I think is the second runner-up. This is team, they call themselves #UICT 256. This is a team out of UICT, and the members are Tumwesigire Rodney Michael. If you're here, please do come to the stage. Namugabo Florence Wanji, and Nabulimi Florence Angel. Please come to the stage. Yes, Geoffrey? Geoffrey, you come. I think they can line up there, and then we give. You can give with Mr. Sengendo. It is a whooping 1 million Uganda shillings. In the middle. They go in the middle and we take some photos. A whooping 1 million shillings. These people, certificates. Which one? Which ones?
These breaks of the checks,
Hmm.
they only have 3.
Hey, they have 3. The guy told me. We are going to award the team that emerged second. I've actually, while I've met the UICT team, I've not, I think, met any members of this team personally, in person. This is the reconnaissance red team. I don't know which university they come from, but if you are here, please do come. Sydney Ouma, Gilbert Muhumuza, Joram Matovu, Ahmad Mubarizi, and Isaac Katongole. I think you are, Mr. Sengendo, you're going to continue until we finish this phase of the competition. So the reconnaissance red team, I don't know why they call themselves the reconnaissance red team, but congratulations guys, they are winning a whooping, a whooping 3 million Uganda shillings. Eh? Do you know when you get knowledge? Yes. So they've informed me that they are from Makerere University. From COSIS, the College of Information and Communication Sciences, I believe. That is COSIS? Yes. So, you know, when you get knowledge and also win money, this is what happens at NCC. Now, the winning team from Makerere University, the MAC team, that's what they call themselves, Orion Semambia, Simon Masombo, Adeke Tracy, Nachiganda Patricia, and Pony Henry. Please come to the stage. The winning team today will go home with a whooping 5 million shillings. Simon? As you can see, the team is gender balanced. We are going Thank you very much, Mr. Geoffrey. You can take your leave, and Dr. Hassan, you can also take your leave. So we are going to the next awards ceremony. And Muhechi, if you can bring me the next dummy checks. Those are dummy checks. But you will get your cash prizes before long. So now we want to go to I need to wait for the dummy checks to know which competition we are going to. The next two competitions, the best paper competition and the school ICT clubs competition, in my opinion, are very big. I can't wait to see how much is on these dummy checks. Okay. Oh, we are going to the school ICT clubs competition. Yes. For this one, I wanted to request Mr. James Veronda, if you can please join the stage. And I also want to request Dr. Cosmas to also join the stage, and you help me hand over these prizes. Dr. Cosmas is also a member of our Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and also a member of the organizing committee of this conference, in fact, in charge of school activities and the school ICT clubs innovations competition. So I think he's the right person from our side to give the cash prizes. And then the other guests will give out the best paper awards. Okay. So we have decided to award 3 schools whereas we had planned to award 2, we decided to award 3. I think the judges advised us that they couldn't choose. They couldn't choose between to drop somebody, so we agreed with them. Okay, I'm going to start with the 3rd school. I'm not going to mention the other schools because then we were not ranking beyond the 3rd. The 2nd runner-up, or the school that came 3rd, is actually one of my favorites. I like their project. St. Henry's College, Chitovu. Vimbo Scholar. The project, I like their innovation. It's wonderful. Vimbo Scholar. You win yourself a whopping 3 million Uganda shillings. Before you leave, you also have a certificate that I need to write on. So, Yes, apparently I have the best handwriting around here. You will see Alex, and he can help you put it in the frame. You just hold it. That, yeah. So now that we have taken the photos, we are going to the second or the first runner-up. This is a very tough competition. I wouldn't want to be a judge. Now, the second best innovation is also my favorite, so you can say I have many. And I won't waste your time. Tororo Girls Secondary School. Tororo Girls win 5 million Uganda shillings. Please come with your ICT teachers who are a big part of what you are doing. Certificate. Wonderful, wonderful. Unfortunately, we have one more certificate, one more cash prize, and 4 possible winners. I don't know the best school, but I'm sure that the judges made the best decision, the right decision, because we got very experienced judges. The winning innovation is also my favorite. And I think we should all believe and accept that they are deserved winners. I'm trying to take time and the tension. The winning innovation is School I, St. Mary's College, Chisubi.
I've got a reason, nimensonge yokuba happy kakano, and I'm so happy kube chiroto change chitukiride. Cause I've been working so hard, and I've been praying so hard. Amanye bisera nesala nga ye formula. I'm a winner, I'm a fighter, noanye. But today, olutarudu wangu day. Saya pate, mkuje tucheze. Sanyuka nange kuba wala, chemvude nawe. Saya pate, mukuje tucheze. Sanyuka nange kuba wala, chemvude nawe. It's from love that I got this. Beautiful love got me this. Love from Papa, love from my mama, love from my brother, love from my sister, and love from you, my sweet love. Masima we mutali sima yesima. Together we said we can, and together we found and won. Yes, together we came from far. Now together everybody shout and say, I'm a winner, I'm a victor.
SMARC has done it again. I think their idea can create real impact in a very weak sector of education. They win 10 million shillings. I'm sure that they'll put it to good use. And I really think that beyond these prizes, these clubs should continue to be supported, given support in different ways to realize their ideas. Now, the schools that have not won today, you made it to the national competition, you made it out of the regions. So you've represented your regions gallantly, and you should be proud. I really believe that your ideas are good, and I don't know, I hope that you can take them forward. Congratulations, SMARC, St. Mary's College Kisubi, winner of the 2022 ICT Clubs Innovations Competition. Now, we go to the final. Oh, they won 10 million shillings, in case you didn't see. It seems that the money is increasing. I don't know what the best papers will win. So for the best paper categories, we'll take 3 years, as I said. We will start with 2019, and we are not going to write the names because, papers, you write names and the title of the paper, it's a lot of information. I'm going to request Dr. Dorothy Okello from Makerere University to represent our side, and Ms. Christine Mujimba, Director at UCC, to represent the UCC ED and indeed the whole organization. We are going to start with 2019, which was the 5th National Conference on Communication held here in this very hall in, I believe, October 2019. The second best paper at that time was won by Leonard Arvin Kawama, Raymond Paul Kiega, and Stephen Kalyesubula. The paper was URISAF Machine Learning Driven Diagnosis for Urinary Tract Infections. I don't know if Leonard Kawama is here. These guys, of course, have moved on in industry and have jobs, so we couldn't track all of them. But this paper wins 5 million Uganda shillings. The best paper at that conference was titled A Time Domain Approach to Sleep Mode Mechanisms in 5G DensNets. The authors were Arthur Tumwesije, who is here, please come down to the stage, Winfred Namatovu, who is not here, and Edwin Mugume. The best paper from 2019 wins. Actually, that one I need to be very careful as I read it because I told you that the prizes keep increasing. So it is 10 million shillings cash prize and sponsorship to attend an ITU event, ITU event, I hope in Geneva. Yeah. At that time, Arthur Tumwesije and Winfred Namatov were my fourth-year project students, and they wrote this paper out of their research. So congratulations, Arthur. Arthur is now back with us doing a master's. Let's go to the 6th National Conference on Communications, which happened last year. The second best paper from last year was titled Face Recognition as a Method of Authentication in a Web-Based System. The authors were Ben Wycliffe Mugalu, Roderick Calvin Wamala, Cosmas Mwichirize, in fact, and Jonathan Serugunda. As the second best paper, they win 5 million Uganda shillings. Please, gentlemen. Usually the student, the professors can come to the stage. It's also equally our effort. You know how you stress us, you know. Yes. And so that was the second best paper. The best paper. This best paper was titled A Traffic-Aware Sleep Mode Strategy for Energy-Efficient Dense Heat Nets. All of this is cellular systems. The authors, Walter Williams Nyombi, Gladys Nachseka, and Alex Muhanji. This is Walter Williams, very good at MATLAB. And so the best paper wins 10 million shillings and sponsorship to an ITU event. Once again, I hope it is to Geneva. Okay, the last checks. So, to this conference that you have been a part of, and maybe you've seen or you have attended the presentations. This is the 7th National Conference on Communications, or NCC 2022. Once again, we have 2 papers. I will start with the second paper, the second best paper, or what I prefer to call the first runner-up. That is titled Design and Implementation of a Hybrid Blind Spot Detection and Monitoring System for Public Transport. Stephen Augustine Tipper, Latifa Shiba Tusubira, Agatha Turiagenda Amara, who is a supervisor, Maximus Baguma Byamukama, and Simon Peter Miyingo. So I can see that Tipper, Augustine, and Latifa Shiba Tusubira are here. They win themselves 5 million Uganda shillings.
This is a story of a regular Ugandan just like you, who harnessed the power of technology to create
Their supervisors are not here, but those are the 2 students that did this research and emerged second in the best papers. And finally, they get a certificate and a check. Finally, the best paper out of this conference, the best technical paper. This paper will win 10 million shillings and a sponsorship to an ITU event in Geneva. The best paper this year is titled Design of a Face Recognition System for Public Transport Fare Payment by Blaise Marvin Rusoke, Dennis Musenguzi, Simon Peter Miyengo, and Andrew Katumba. Well done, guys. They are from the Marconi Lab at Mac. So we are done with the best papers, and the two are going to the two officials are going to give a few remarks before they go back. But I wanted to say that we need more submissions from other universities. As you can see, these papers have had a strong Makerere, I don't know what to call it. I wanted to see bias, but so please, other universities, we have this conference every year. Work on your research and submit it. We do publishing masterclass series that you can take a part in. To see how best to publish your work, and in fact how best to do sound research. So I hope that in future these prizes can be shared among the universities. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Christine Mjimba to say a few remarks, and then she will ask Dr. Dorothy Okello to close this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edwin, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. I hope some people are not mourning or they have checked out because they did not get prizes. Never give up, yeah? And actually, one of the innovations that was presented yesterday, Jaguza Tech, I don't know if you saw it, that the schools may not have seen it. That the gentleman who is like the CEO is called Mr. Katamba, entered an innovation challenge some years back, yeah, like before 2016. He did not win, but he demoed his exhibition, his prototype at an exhibition, just like there were demos. And then he was awarded the best exhibitor, and from there he went places. I know of so many other stories where people don't necessarily win, but because they are passionate about what they are doing, they continue to leverage the networks that you have seen here, and they go on. So please don't give up, yeah? A journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step, and now we are living in an age, like you are told yesterday by the speaker from Huawei, that you can actually stand on someone's shoulders. So find out from these other people what they are doing, interact with others, and stay in the network, and you will succeed. What you have participated in will be handy sometime in your lifestyle. And I was telling Dr. Dorothy that sometimes hearing the questions of lack of funding, and so on and so forth, that I think sometimes people like Dr. Cosmas need to tell more of their stories in the trenches, yeah? Because when you tell your story in that range, it actually shows people that these things don't come easy. There are times when there are lonely walks, you are alone and you're the only one who believes in your product, and you have to push on. And you have to knock on people's doors, you have to ask questions, you have to ask to, even mentorship, just going to someone and saying, the Kayola people who won are working with Kira Motors, yeah? Volunteering and things like that can give you inroads. So I encourage us not to give up and continue. I would like to thank all the participating schools through the competitions, those who participated in the cybersecurity challenge. We had yesterday, and I believe it may have been touched on today's keynote, although I missed it, that we are inadequate in terms of cybersecurity professionals. And this conference is about opportunities and challenges. So while we have to address cybersecurity threats and risks, we also have the opportunity to position ourselves to be the solution providers. And actually, this conference is about asking questions, but also not providing the answers. You know, that is the difference, yeah? With maybe your classroom, where you think someone else is going to give you the solutions. The whole theme, if you see the demos, is you ask the question and you do what? You provide the answer, or you contribute to providing the answer. So that is one of the opportunities. We are given many other opportunities that are there. Issues of affordability of devices, issues of collaboration, and so I encourage us to plug into that. As UCC, and on behalf of the Executive Director, we take pride in promoting research and innovation, and we have done this since our existence in a number of ways, and we have seen our networks grow, and to the extent where now innovation is not something, is no longer something external like foreign, yeah? Almost every government meeting will talk about innovation, research, and development. So right now, there is no need to sell that. People were asking about government policies. There is actually a 4IR strategy of 2020 that was developed by a task force that was put in place by His Excellency, the President of Uganda. So you had in the budget speech the amounts of monies that have been allocated. But you see, government does the policies, but you have to plug in and do something and to pull your resources. So the environment is changing, and whether we like it or not, technology is what? Disruptive, eh? And we can never keep a pace with policy. So I would like to thank all of us for stepping up to the plate. And I'm sure I saw some of the secondary schools already, they have some kind of network, I think, in the ICT clubs. Even as universities, yeah? You can be able to say, okay, how do we collaborate with one another? Even at student level, you don't necessarily have to wait for your professors. I would like to thank SEDAT, and Makerere University. It's good to be here as an alumni, not from Afrostone, like the VIP said, but from Loombox, from Loombox. But also as having come out of SEDAT itself some years back, and Dr. Dorothy actually tutored, was one of my lecturers. So it's good to, I think you can see that you can start off there and come to the other side, and be on this microphone, or be in the kitchen, be developing the products, and somewhere else, yeah? So what you need is to stay at the flywheel and not to give up at that. So we thank SEDAT and all the other universities that have tried to participate. I was made aware that there was or some professors from the Chambogo University who are helping with the technical papers and all. And I encourage us that Uganda is for everyone. So potential, when it comes to innovation, I hope you're aware, it's borderless. It is not in MAK alone. It just happens that the MAK people leverage the opportunities, and that's how opportunities are. Yeah, a door is open, those who can come in, enter. So I encourage the professors and teaching assistants from other universities to see how we can form a framework that sees more participation from other universities. You may be fearing that hosting is difficult, but you can first park the hosting aside and just say, how can we encourage the different potential and representation from other universities? With those few words, or many words, I was not given a time limit. I would like to take this honor to invite my former lecturer, in many ways a mentor in some other work we have done in this innovation space. It's very interesting because when you're a student, honestly, you never think that you can. You'll be side to side by your lecturer. So Dr. Dorothy Okello, you're welcome to give the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Clearly, I'm shorter, so I have to bring this down to my level. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long 2 days. I want to give kudos to Christine. I always say that being a teacher is the best thing in the world, at least from my perspective, because your products work. Others, you have your products here. Others, I saw them eating the carrots. I don't know if that was the product or the demo, but for me, my products, they walk around and they contribute to the country. So that's the beauty about being a teacher. It is also a kalango for some of you who are thinking of joining academia. You are most welcome. It's a great place to be. So with that, I think Christine has done a good job really in synthesizing this, and we are way past the time that we thought we would finish. So let me really focus on saying thank yous. I'm very, very happy and I feel very honored to have the privilege of representing Makerere University at this platform, having had here our Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor here present. So it's a great honor for me to stand in their shoes and speak on behalf of Makerere, and thank you to the organizing team for this honor. I want to start by thanking the organizing team. Normally they are thanked last, you thank the hotel last and everything. But it was a great job to pull this off together. I know you had very many sleepless nights, stressed nights, and all these other things. And thank you so much for working as a team. And I do want to thank you for also bringing in a few of the other partners. And I would like us to see whoever hosts this next year. I'd really like to see more pooling together at the level of the universities, wherever it is going to be hosted. Because as we have seen from this opportunity, you can be a host, but your students and their papers can take all the 10 millions and the 5 millions. That's also there, So there are very many opportunities in addition to just being the host. And then I'll now do the traditional way of starting it, which is to thank you, the conference delegates, and all those online. And I really want to give kudos to the ones online. It's not easy to follow a 2-day event full-time online. So I want to thank all of those who have been able to hang it out, including, if you will allow me, to give kudos to my brother, who I didn't know was following it, but when you made me overspeak here in the afternoon, he sent me a thumbs up and let me know that he was following. So kajambo to you as well, on behalf of all of those who are online. I want to thank our sponsors, especially UCC. We don't take this for granted. A lot of people think that you own the world. You don't, and I know you don't. So for you to be able to lay out this spread for people who are just starting up, for students, we don't take that for granted, and we really appreciate you for that. I also want to thank Huawei, if they have any representatives here, but I'm sure the message will get to them, and Renu as well for their generous contributions, which made this a success. The speakers, a big thank you to you, and I know we have someone who traveled, Dr. Hassan. I've been trying to pronounce your last name. The simplified Ugandan way of saying it is Guy, but if I have said it wrong, please forgive me for that. Thank you so much. What you had to share, sometimes people think we know it all in ICT or in the digital era and everything.
but every day you learn something new. So thank you all to the speakers, to the panelists, to the moderators who helped to tease out these issues. I really thank you all. I want to thank the students, both at the level of the university and the secondary school, that participated in different ways, the poster presentations, the innovations that you shared out here, because as we were chatting earlier, in terms of, how many of you are in the ICT clubs? Because I don't believe you're forced to get into the ICT club. So it's a decision for you to get there. And even when these calls are put out, you take the decision to decide what you want to do if it's not already something you are working on. So thank you for that initiative that you take, and we hope that you will continue with that fire. As we heard from some of the questions, that sometimes that fire disappears when you come to the university. But like they say, forewarned is forearmed. So now you are going to come to the university knowing that if you don't take care of that fire, it will disappear. Okay? So keep it with you so that even when you are here, you can harness even many more opportunities and do even bigger and better things. And at this point, I do want to emphasize the point that was shared by our great MC, Dr. Becker, in terms of the research labs, right? We have tremendous research labs, research infrastructure here at the university, but I think our utilization of it, beyond the mandatory labs that people have to do, is very, very minimal. To the ICT clubs, again, thank you so much for what you were able to deliver. And I would like you to be the disciples, because I know, even from the regional events that you had, right? So there was also competition at that level before you came to this level. So, but, you have cousins, you have siblings, and who may not necessarily be in your schools. So can you please be disciples and ambassadors of the ICT clubs movement so that we can have ICT clubs all over the place? We shall leave UCC the challenge of how it organizes ICT clubs all over the country. That will be their problem. Your problem is to mobilize so that we have many of these. And I do want to give kudos to the ICT teachers and all your mentors at that level who put in the extra time to support you with this, because I know that is not a simple exercise on their part. On our side, what we are really looking out for, and I thank again the organizing team as they put together the theme for this, inclusion is really key. And we saw inclusion from different perspectives. We saw it from the side of WUGNET, where they're looking at who are the people who, we may be leaving out due to accessibility issues, due to digital literacy, and the like. But inclusion is also making sure, like we saw from the cybersecurity example, that we are not writing things in there that are putting fellow Ugandans at risk, okay? Simply because they did not pay too much attention to the terms and conditions, and they accepted everything that was put out for themselves, and thereby giving off of their data. Okay, so that is the whole spectrum that we need to look at. And we also looked at inclusion from a point of affordability. And I know those were some of the questions, for example, that came to UpFarm, that, who are you considering in terms of when you lay out your infrastructure the way that you did. So let's really be mindful as we design right from the word go, because if you design with it from the beginning, those are the questions you keep asking. It will govern your choice of equipment that you use, materials that you use, everything, so long as you bear in mind that you are really looking at inclusion. And also the other issue that is really, really key is the issue of cybersecurity, okay? I said it when I had the opportunity to speak earlier, right? Let us all carry the responsibility for cybersecurity, not only for ourselves, but for those that we plan to give our innovations to, right? I think it was said yesterday, I think it was the minister himself, when he said that, in some areas, they'll say, this must be the truth. And then you ask, how come? Then they say, the radio told me, okay? And these people who are saying that the radio talked and something is true because it was on the radio, these are some of the consumers of your products. Okay? So let's take that extra responsibility, not only to take care of our own interests, but also the interests of the community as we work towards an inclusive digital society. Last but not least, I want to thank the students again and to hope that you'll get a good night rest. I don't know, for the ones who got 10 million, that might be another story. I mean, I know you've got a dummy check for now, but I'm sure that the excitement is much more than the actual cash and all that, because the reason I'm saying this is that, and big thanks as well to our industry partners. I know that you have 2 more study tours tomorrow, going to the Kira Motors. And where is SMAC? Please stand up, SMAC. Now, SMAC, my school is not here, so I also need you to go to my where I come as an OG, and they also come here as ICT Club. But I've made you stand up because Kira Motors actually came from ICT Club activity from SMAC. That is why I have made them stand up. Okay? I don't know if you are aware of that story, okay? But I've made you stand up so that you are representing all the ICT clubs here and that participated in the regionals, and maybe even some schools, you had school competition to decide who will go to the regionals, okay? The tour you are making tomorrow, all right, started from an ICT club idea. And that is where, if you remember the story, the first car was actually, I think the first saloon car was called SMAC or something like that, okay? In recognition of the contribution that the students from Kisubi did, okay? You can sit down. You say like, she hasn't told us to sit down, and when the teacher doesn't tell you to do something, you... All right, so that's fine. So that is one of the places you're going to, Kira Motors Corporation, and I have told you when you are there, visit with pride, okay? Because it started, all of you own the pride, all of you as students, because it started with student ideas, and that is how it built up to where it is today. The other place that you're going to visit is Luwero Industries, which is us as Ugandans trying to do a lot of stuff by ourselves, okay? And that's another opportunity. I thank them as well for hosting you. And I know that on Monday you visited UBC, okay? And we're very grateful. I think UBC, I think their slogan is the biggest network or something like that. Maybe in terms of the content they have, we may debate with them on that. But one thing I know is that in terms of the infrastructure for broadcasting, they are the best. So you went to the best, okay? And I hope that can be an experience for you to live with. So I want to thank all our industry partners, therefore, for allowing and hosting these important activities because they will help open up ideas and spark more motivation, I hope, in what you have. So let me close now by wishing you all a very nice evening, a very nice journey back to your places of rest. And for the schools eventually, when you get to travel back to your schools, carry our greetings to our fellow teachers on that side, and we wish you safe journeys back. Thank you. And maybe one last thing. I don't know, maybe it's not a fair question to ask, but for those of you who are considering doing engineering, I wish all of you, first of all of you who are candidates, I wish you the best. I mean, there was someone who said they were in S6, and I had a whisper saying, an S6 can still afford to leave school. Yes, all right? We should be broad, we should be mind. And so we wish you all the best in your upcoming exams. And for those who do engineering, we look forward to having you as part of our team. God permitting. All the best. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Dr. Dorothy and Christine. And another big round of applause for all ourselves. Thank you very much for your commitment and for your attendance. We are proud. We can't take it for granted. One apology. Yesterday, I forgot to mention the presence of Uganda Christian University. So they are in our midst since yesterday. We mentioned all the universities apart from Uganda Christian Universities. So, yes, it has been closed. But however, the mind of a researcher, the mind of an innovator, the end of an innovation marks the beginning of a new task. Here we are. Please start on a new task today. NCC has highlighted so many pertinent issues. You are free to select where you think your strength lies. Please go back, researchers, innovators, our secondary school students, go back, the journey is still ahead of you. You are coming to campus, the university students are becoming researchers, they are becoming innovators to make a mark on the world. We want an inclusive digital transformation through innovation that impacts the development of our country and the development of the entire globe. Therefore, go out and be the nice ambassadors. Who knows, 20 years later, we could be saying that whatever the idea you are selling came from the NCC 2022. So, I wish all of you nice journey back home, and we pray that we meet again. One request, please, we are running the hashtag for the NCC. Please, those on Twitter, tweet as much as possible until the end of the week. Even if the event ends today, please tweet #NCC 2022. Keep tweeting so that it keeps trending. I saw a chat yesterday that it was the most trending hashtag. So we want it trending until end of the week. And please, members, watch out, NCC 2023 is coming. Who will host NCC 2023? Keep your ears to the ground. And who knows, all the partnering universities could be the members who will be inviting us to another place, not necessarily Makerere University. Please watch out, NCC is here, and UCC is ready to finance that, and you can give them the last round of applause before we set off. So it's officially closed, and you are free to leave at ease. Thank you very much. God bless you.